Chapter 1 People are at Kingju, and members of the discipline committee join. After waking up, Nangang Shuo looked at everything in front of him, suddenly a little surprised. Is his room so exquisite and gorgeous? After looking around, he quickly understood. Obviously this is going through. However, his body is still the original body, which seems to have directly replaced him in this world. Once he came, he was at ease. In the original world, he was alone, and there was nothing to worry about. So at this moment, Nangang Shuo simply accepted this fact. His eyes moved slightly, and then Nangang Shuo took a look at the student ID on the table. In the next second, his expression was taken aback. Juwang Academy? Third grader? Has he traveled to the world in high school? In an instant, the corner of Nangang Shuo's mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. He really likes these two-dimensional things. Unexpectedly, it would pass through directly. This is the legendary unforgettable. Will there be an echo? Without too much entanglement, Nangang Shuo glanced at the time and picked up the student ID. When I was about to change into school uniforms and go directly to school. His gaze suddenly turned to the other corner of the desk. This is. Picking up the red armband-like thing, his eyes were slightly taken aback. Discipline members. And looking at this color, it's not an ordinary commissioner of discipline. It is the chairman of the committee, which is equivalent to the president of the student council of the committee. Thinking of standing at the door, performing the duties of the commissioner of discipline, Nangang Shuo's eyes suddenly became a little strange. In high school, the gods and demons are everywhere, and the lower demons are not as good as dogs. What can a small commissioner of discipline do? Smiling indifferently, Nangang Shuo planned to put away the armband of the commissioner for discipline and discipline. Ding! The system is activated. But at this moment, a crisp system prompt fell to his ears. The Fengji system is successfully bound. In an instant, a series of information was transmitted to Nangang Shuo's mind. As the name suggests, as long as he manages the discipline and punishes those who violate the discipline, he can get random rewards. However, depending on the degree of violation and the strength of the violator, the reward will vary. Seeing the appearance of the system, Nangang Shuo was not too surprised. The crossing has been crossing, don't you give me a point, is Goldfinger justified? But this style system is really interesting. I was thinking, the next second, a bright golden light suddenly lit up in front of Nangang Shuo's eyes. In just a few seconds, the dark chains appeared from the air. A bright golden spear tip hung on one end, covered with black lines. At the other end, an object resembling a double-sided arc-shaped blunt knife was hanging. As an old two-dimensional element, Nangang Shuo suddenly showed a look of surprise. Isn't this one of the glittering treasures, the Lock of Heaven? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the system activation reward. The ultimate enhanced style edition of Lock of Sky. Hearing the system prompt, Nangang Shuo was taken aback for a while. He knows the Lock of Heaven. What does this ultimate enhanced style version mean? Before Nangang Shuo could think about it, the Lock of Heaven shining golden light in front of him had fallen into his hand. Subsequently, the system also transmitted all the information of this reward into his mind. Taking a look, Nangang Shuo suddenly understood. Most of the functions of the Lock of the Sky are still the same as the original. The higher the divinity of the person who is locked by it, the harder it is to break free of the chains, and it is one of the few who use arms against the gods. Of course, on the other hand, if the other party has no divinity, the Lock of the Sky is nothing more than a relatively strong chain. But the Lock of Heaven in Nangang Shuo's hand is not so simple. As long as the opponent violates the universal morality, he can lock the opponent forcibly. Then, carry out the corresponding punishment. Of course, the Lock of the Sky is still a physical thing after all. If the opponent makes a counterattack, there will still be a fight. It's just that if the opponent violates the morals, the power of the Lock of the Sky will be greatly enhanced. Thinking about the behavior of various villains in the original work, the smile on the corner of Nangang Shuo's mouth couldn't help but become a little brighter. This is not a wave of chaos. Without further ado, Nangang Shuo immediately changed into his school uniform and rushed to the school. As a member of the discipline committee, he was naturally the first group of students to come to the school. Putting his school bag away, he came to the school gate. I saw that besides him, there were also several other ethics committee members. Seeing Nangang Shuo approaching, several schoolgirls approached immediately. Whether it is appearance or temperament, Nangang Shuo is very outstanding. The popularity in Komo Academy is also very high. With a sweet smile, several schoolgirls softly opened their mouths and cared. "Good morning, senior. I came here a little bit later than usual. Isn't the senior unwell? Don't force it, just go back and rest when you feel uncomfortable." Hearing what everyone said, Nangang Shuo shook his head. How can this work? As the chairperson of the ethics committee, maintaining ethics is my most important duty. Okay, let's all go back, open the school door and prepare to welcome the students. Having said that, the few elementary school girls did not insist on doing things obediently. Soon, students arrived one after another. There are still many people who follow the rules. Nangang Shuo watched it for a long time, and there were few who violated the rules. But when he saw several girls, their faces turned red in an instant, and I didn't know if they had misunderstood something. Just as he was boring in a daze, a beautiful figure suddenly came into his field of vision. The soft and beautiful long black hair spread out slightly in the air, and a pair of purple eyes smiled and looked forward tenderly. She wore a white striped shirt on her upper body, and a black and white girdle was tied around her slender waist. Under the red pleated skirt, there is a pair of light black calf socks and student leather shoes. In an instant, Nangang Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't this Hime Jima Juno? Chapter 2 Your skirt violates discipline, understand? Seeing this familiar figure, Nangang Shuo cast his sights with interest. In the original work, the popularity of Hime Jima Juno is very high. Even in the beautiful high school, her appearance is one of the best. That beautiful and elegant appearance is like Yamato Nade's Hiko. I don't know how many otaku's second-dimensional goddess. Nangang Shuo's eyes couldn't help but linger on the shirt button that seemed to be quite stressed. The quality of the school uniforms of Juwang Academy is good enough. If you cut corners a little bit more, I'm afraid this button will be directly destroyed by Bengfei. After thinking about it for a moment, Nangang Shuo walked towards Juna Hime's Hima. Huh? Senior. Seeing his behavior, several schoolgirls behind him suddenly showed doubts. Ah! With a graceful stop, Juno Hime's Hima held her white face and said with a smile. Suddenly stop me, is there something? Looking at the other's delicate face, Nangang Shuo also smiled slightly. Student Hime's Hima, you violated morals. Can you please come over here? Hearing Nangang Shuo's words, the crowd around him became silent for a moment. In front of Hime's Hima Juno, it is rare to show a confused look. I violated the morals. After repeating it, the corner of her mouth suddenly twitched. The bright eyes like amethyst also looked over slowly. Ah, it's really interesting. I recognize myself as a good student who observes discipline. Student Nangang, can you tell me, where did I violate the morals? Feeling the sight of Juno Hime Jima, Nangang Shuo didn't panic. It's your skirt. Ah, my skirt is just an ordinary school skirt, doesn't it seem to be anything out of the ordinary? Stretching out her little white hand, Zunai Hime Jima lifted the skirt slightly with a troubled expression on her face. Student Zunai, the length of your school skirt is wrong, right? Nangang Shuo said solemnly. Juwang Academy has clearly stipulated the skirt length of summer school uniforms. It's 10 centimeters below the knee. When the voice fell, the crowd around Nangongshuo suddenly had some discussions. Is there any such school rules? I don't know, I always make my school skirts shorter. The skirt just needs to be shorter to look good. At first glance, this kind of argument is girls. The expressions of many boys on the side became a little depressed in an instant. Haim Jimajuno's popularity in the school is very high. Point out her skirt is a bit short? They didn't think of a way to shorten the length of Haim Jimajuno's skirt, it was already very good. As a result, at this moment, Nangongshuo, the chairman of Fengji, actually directly stated the fact that the skirt is very short. Even, it looked like asking the other party to make rectification. Is that human being? After thinking about myself, there is no such scenery to see. Many boys immediately showed the painful expression that life is worse than death. Before they recovered, Haim Jimajuno spoke again. 10 centimeters. Ah, I'm not very sensitive to numbers. Bright purple pupils slowly swept across Nangongshuo's face, and her white beauty suddenly stretched forward. Student Nangong, can you tell me, please? 10 centimeters below my knee, where exactly is it? Hearing Haim Jimajuno's words, the crowd around the two suddenly exploded. Damn! Is there such an operation? That means, is it possible to touch it? Excuse me, is there still a shortage of people for the discipline committee? I am the first to sign up. It turns out that Sister Sama is so bad at numbers, okay, so cute. Woo, although Nangong Jun is also very good looking, I really don't want others to touch my sister. If Haim Jima Senpai doesn't understand, wouldn't it be okay to come to me? They are all girls, so it's more convenient to measure. The envy and hatred eyes of countless boys immediately fell on Nangongshuo. Among them, there were even the eyes of many girls. But none of these have affected Nangongshuo. Seeing the beauty faded by Juno Haim's Hima, there was no wave in his heart. Just kidding, he is the chairman of the committee. Touching the legs of a classmate of the opposite S** X at will is also a violation of morals. The behavior of Shana Haim Jima is no different from Penkai. This sly woman with the trembling S attribute was snickering in her heart while waiting for him to be taken the bait. Looking calmly at Haim Jimajuna, Nangongshuo said in the next second. Yes, let me point out the location for Haim Jima-san. He, then trouble Nangong classmate. His eyes narrowed slightly with a smile, and Juno Haim Jima's tone was sly like a fox. But in an instant, her smile froze. In the dazzling and magnificent purple pupils, a deep bewilderment immediately emerged. What's the situation? Chapter 3 Lock of the Sky, Limited Edition. I saw Nangongshuo's hand, and suddenly he took out a heavy bamboo board. There are also things like scales on it, and at first glance, it is a well-made ruler. But these are not the main points. The main point is that Shana Haim Jima actually took this ruler. Feel the breath of an artifact. Moreover, it is still a powerful artifact. The moment she appeared, she felt a sense of restraint. Make Haim Jimajuno's hands, feet, and body heavier. The chairman of Fengji in front of him is actually a magician? This thought passed in his mind for an instant, and Shana Haim Jima looked at Nangongshuo's eyes with something wrong. You know, Ju Wang Academy is equivalent to a demon's territory. A divine weapon who didn't know the details was dangling under their eyes, and they didn't even know it. The strength of the opponent is definitely not simple. Just as Junao Haim's Hima thought about it, Nangongshuo in front of him also moved. In fact, his hand is the previous reward, the ultimate strengthening Fengji edition Sky Lock. With the support of the system, this treasure has one more function. You can switch between the shape of the ruler and the shape of the ruler at will. At this moment, under the eyes of everyone, Nangongshuo must not be able to reveal the original appearance of the Lock of Heaven. Naturally, I switched to the appearance of the paddle ruler, and then I took it out. In the next second, Nangong Shuo's arm moved, and the heaven-lock ruler in his hand immediately stretched out. With an extraordinary sense of keenness, the ruler shook slightly. Snapped. With a faint sound, the paddle ruler was underneath Haim's Himajuno's knee and pointed out a position. Feeling the strength like a mosquito bite, the black-haired girl's expression was suddenly startled. The fair skin tightened a bit. How does this feel? Her slender fingers couldn't help but tighten the skirt, and Haim Jimajuno took a deep breath. At the moment of contact with the ruler, why is there a sense of tension like a restraint? The scariest thing is that she actually has some. I like that feeling. Realizing this, Haim Jimajuno's eyes suddenly lit up. The bright purple pupils also looked at Nangong Shuo without blinking. Fact to make her to be like this. It seems that she has found a very interesting existence. After I go back, I will report to the minister immediately. Nangong Shuo naturally didn't know the thoughts of Junao Haim Jima. With a light tap, the opponent awakened the strange attribute. Nangong Shuo was even more unaware. That's it? Withdrawing the ruler in his hand, he smiled slightly. Because the ethics violated by classmate Haim's Hima is not serious. So this time, I will be punished lightly. You will correct the length of the skirt first when you go back tonight. Then copy the student's appearance code again. Do you understand? Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Shana Haim's Hima smiled and nodded. Life in the future, it seems that it will become very interesting. Student Nangong, please advise. After taking a meaningful look at Nangong Shuo, Shunai Haim's Hima walked into the campus. Seeing this scene, many students onlookers were stunned on the spot. Is this the end? I always feel that things are developing, much more dull than I thought. Is it my illusion? My sister's temperament seems to have changed slightly. And more girls don't know what they think. One by one, both of them blushed and looked at Nangong Shuo. The shy and timid eyes were still circulating on the ruler in his hand. I didn't pay attention to the eyes of the people, and didn't think about the meaning of Haim Jimajuno's words. What Nangong Shuo cares most about is what rewards he gets. I'm going to take a rest, and you will continue to maintain your morals. The few elementary school girls who were full of questions were left behind, and there were many people who were talking about it. He quickly came to a relatively secluded place. In the next second, the system prompt immediately fell to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. For the first time maintaining the style, a special random reward for exceeding specifications will be given. Overspec. Hearing this vocabulary, Nangong Shuo was still a little happy. The various rewards given by the system are not clearly classified. This overspec reward must be very difficult. With this thought, the next second, the system prompt fell to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the reward, the Holy Grail of Infinity. Chapter 4 I am the source of magic. The Holy Grail of Infinity? This unfamiliar and familiar vocabulary came out. Nangong Shuo's eyes inevitably showed a hint of doubt. He knows the Holy Grail, and he knows the infinite. What do you mean by making a Holy Grail of Infinity? Is it because you want to learn from Hokage next door and let him have a violent 10 consecutive draws? Nangong Shuo was thinking about it, and the system description about rewards was also transmitted to his mind. In an instant, his expression was shocked. What the Holy Grail in the Moon world is, presumably many old two-dimensional elements are very clear. Universal AL Blaster, Blade Maker, Universal Cauldron. Among the many nicknames, it can be seen that the reputation of the Holy Grail is still somewhat bad. The Holy Grail of Infinity given by this system is even more outrageous. Its function turned out to be to give him inexhaustible magic power. The connection with the Holy Grail in the Moon world can be said to be small and pitiful. But this effect is really powerful. In the world of high school, Many people's standards for judging strength are based on magic capacity. The more magic power, the longer the battery life in battle, and the more tricks you can use. But now it's good, he has directly become an existence like the origin of magic. What to make up for 3 minutes, fight for 2 hours, in front of him are weak and explosive. Nangang Shuo is still very happy to receive such a strong reward. Without further ado, he immediately looked at the Holy Grail of Infinity slowly emerging from the sky. Its appearance is almost the same as that of the molding moon, like a pure gold water cup. It's just that the whole body is glowing with a faint glow, and at first glance, it seems to be translucent. Even if you don't deliberately perceive it, you can feel the magic that is surging, the essence is almost substantive. Without hesitation, Nangang Shuo stretched out his hand and gently held the handles of the Holy Grail in both ears. In an instant, the golden Holy Grail shattered like a cloud. It turned into fine particles like fairy dust, and rushed towards Nangang Shuo's skin. A warm touch rushed through his blood and skin. At this moment, Nangang Shuo is like being in an endless huge hot spring. There is only infinite tranquility and peace in my heart. After several seconds of this peaceful state, Nangang Shuo recovered. The Holy Grail in front of him has long since disappeared, replaced by the sense of abundance that fills him all over. With a light wave, a wave of magical power appeared. The method of magic power mobilization and use has long been meticulously carved into his subconscious by the Holy Grail. To use it, it's as if it's an innate instinct, so natural and easy. And in the process of using, there is no feeling of losing magic. It's like scooping water from the sea, no matter how much you scoop, it's still so endless. It's worthy of a super specification reward, it's a bit tough as expected. With a sigh of emotion, Nangang Shuo put down his hand. As long as the consciousness reacts, the magic circle can be constructed at the same time. Infinite magic. Isn't that a magic machine gun? That is invincible in a sense. After thinking for a while, Nangang Shuo didn't think much, and went straight back to the school gate. It's a pity that not many people will violate the morals in the future. But there are some school girls, and those who are expecting AI came over. Ask about the length of Nangang Shuo's skirt and where it should be. Looking at the blushing faces, Nangang Shuo suddenly became speechless. Is this a strange hobby that has awakened? Soon, the gate of the school slowly closed. The task of maintaining morals and discipline ends here. Back in the classroom, with a blink of an eye, it was lunch break. Living alone, Nangang Shuo definitely has no lunch to eat. Obviously, other girls understand this very well. Before Nangang Shuo stood up, several schoolgirls appeared at the class door. Seeing his figure, the other party ran over immediately. Senior. I made one more bento. Yes, just give it to seniors, okay. Mine too, senior, eat my lunch. Looking at a famous schoolgirl in front of him, Nangang Shuo smiled faintly. No, I just go to the cafeteria to eat. Also, it's impossible for so many people to gather in the classroom and make noise. Since it is time for a break, I will let you go this time. With that said, Nangang Shuo walked out of the classroom and walked towards the cafeteria. When it was about to arrive, a very noisy voice suddenly came over. President. My sister, can you give me an autograph? Wait a minute, don't leave yet. Chapter 5 Unexpectedly, the student council president would also violate the morals. Hearing these noises, Nangang Shuo's gaze suddenly looked towards the corridor. I saw many schoolgirls, surrounded by a slender figure. With a slightly alienated temperament, he looks a little thin and weak. In front of him, it was the student council president of Juwang Academy who took Kangna. She has elegant short black hair, and her soft hair falls on the tips of her white and small ears, and the person watching it feels itchy. Some slender straight legs, well dressed in black knee socks. 2 little feet, still stepping on bright student leather shoes. On her delicate face, she wears a pair of light gray glasses. It made her feel weak in her temperament. Just looking at the appearance, I am afraid no one can imagine. This is the pure-blooded superior demon family, the daughter of the Sidi family, and the next head of the family, Kana Sidi. It seemed that he had noticed Nangang Shuo's gaze, and the next second, the footsteps of Kangna stopped slightly. The inquiring gaze also glanced over slightly. Behind her, a black long straight girl with a princess-cut hairstyle spoke naturally. "You are the chairman of Fengji, classmate Nangang, right? Is there anything to do with the president?" This girl is also wearing glasses, only light blue. Some sharp eyes also fell on Nangang Shuo's body. Obviously, this is the real Luo Chunji who has taken Kangna's first family member, the class queen. Hearing what the other party said, Nangang Shuo smiled slightly. "Good afternoon, Vice President Jinra. I just want to remind you that you have disrupted school discipline. Tomorrow, I hope you..." Before he finished speaking, Kangna's eyes looked over. Pushing the glasses, she has a slightly cool and pleasant voice, and immediately fell to her ears. "Disrupted the morals. Student Nangang, have you misunderstood something? Whether it's the action or the length of the skirt. I should have strictly followed the rules and regulations, right?" In just a few words, Nangang Shuo has understood. It seems that he already knew about the execution of discipline punishment on Haim Jimajuno in the morning. With a smile on his face, he met the gaze of Dashi Sana, and then Nangang Shuo opened his mouth to explain. "Although it is a break time, loud noises are not allowed in the corridor, right? Plus, there are so many people gathered around you, President. Whether it affects the students in the classroom or other people passing by, it has had a partial impact. Does the chairman think this is an act of disrupting school discipline?" Hearing Nangang Shuo's unhurried voice, he was taken aback by Kangna. Before she could speak, many students beside her had already spoken. Student Nangang misunderstood. "I want to follow the president by myself." "That's right, chairman, you are too old-fashioned. This is obviously not to blame the chairman, we are all to blame." For a while, the entire corridor became more noisy. Many students passing by also showed some helpless expressions. Noting this, Chi Kangna pushed his glasses and spoke again. "Okay, be quiet." A few simple words, but faintly revealed a very oppressive momentum. In an instant, the noisy students immediately closed their mouths and quieted down one by one. The corridor became silent in an instant, and the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Worthy of being a noble demon. Seeing this scene, Nangang Shuo couldn't help feeling a little. A simple sentence can shock so many students at once. Afterwards, the withdrawal Kangna in front of him also slowly spoke. "As the president of the student council, I have the responsibility of managing students. There is nothing wrong with what Nangang said. So you guys, can you stay by my side in order to maintain the school's morals with me?" Her speech became softer, and the sharp aura just now disappeared silently. "I have been asked so by the president, of course. I'm leaving now, I won't bother the president. The chairman is really stingy, but for the sake of my sister, I will leave now." The students around still admired Kangna. After being said so, they fell apart obediently. After a while, the hallway was empty again. "Call." The cold expression on his face loosened a bit, and Zhaiki Kang Na suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Being surrounded by so many people is really breathless. Slowly looking at Nangang Shuo, she showed a touch like winter. Chapter 6 The power of the 3-in-1 package is really terrifying. Looking at the eyes that seemed to be interesting, Nangang Shuo paused, then said with a thoughtful voice. "Punish. For you as the president of the student council, this content is really difficult to decide." Saying that, Nangongshuo didn't pause at all. It's better to be like this. The president will come early tomorrow. How about keeping me up with the morals of the school morning? Really a gentle punishment. The delicate little face still kept a smile, withdrawing Kangna, and nodding lightly. I see, I will be there tomorrow morning. Next, I have something to do, so I will leave first. Hearing that, Trura Chunji, who is a family member, naturally wouldn't say anything. Nodding slightly towards Nangongshuo, the two of them left the corridor. Without caring about where the two went, Nangongshuo bought some bread in the cafeteria. Then came to the quiet school rooftop. The next second, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully maintaining discipline. Get rewards, the Golden Rule X. Nangongshuo knows the Golden Rule very well. One of Jin Shining's inherent skills is not so much a skill as a title. The higher the level of the Golden Rule, the more wealth the holder has. However, even if it is Jin Shining who has the King's Treasure House, the level of the Golden Rule is only A. The Golden Rule of X level. In an instant, Nangongshuo made up the scene of endless gold bars smashing at him. Not to mention the rich second generation, with so much wealth, to describe him as rich as an enemy, it is all humble. Demons, gods, and fallen angels, the wealth of the nobles of the three powers add up. Probably not as many as him. Realizing this, Nangongshuo's heart is inevitably a little excited. After all, with the X-level Golden Rule, it is not a problem for him to buy a country at will. However, in the next second, all the information about the reward was also transmitted to his mind. Intrinsic skills, the Golden Rule, financial/physical/beauty, EX. The Golden Rule, financial, EX. The holder can get inexhaustible wealth. The appraisal level of rare and exotic treasures is raised to A. The Golden Rule, body, EX. The holder can have a perfect body full of divinity. No matter how many calories you take in that perfect serving, it will not change. The Golden Rule, American, EX. The holder can grow into a beautiful, flawless face like a god. The divine temperament level is raised to EX. Seeing this long list of skills, Nangongshuo was a little startled. I thought it was a wealth recharge package, but I didn't expect it to be a 3-in-1 package. Although the description of skills is not the same as in the Moon world. But the skills given are all very practical. Let him from the inside to the outside and in the wallet, have produced a leap forward. Upon seeing this, Nangongshuo immediately took out his mobile phone. How much can the X-level Golden Rule, beauty, make him change? He is still very curious. At this moment, the door to the rooftop was suddenly opened. When the action stopped subconsciously, Nangongshuo's gaze followed. I saw a slightly thin figure slowly appearing in front of him. Short silver hair, amber eyes. There was no expression on the girl's cute and delicate face. Sweeping the sight without fluctuations, all that can be felt is the deep estrangement. Isn't this a Tachin kitten? Seeing this slender girl like Loli, Nangongshuo immediately reacted. In the original work, shouldn't she eat lunch in the occult research club? Why did you suddenly come to the school rooftop? While Nangongshuo was thinking about it, the Tachin kitten in front of him wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. Is anyone there already? I wanted to turn around and leave, but when she accidentally stared at Nangongshuo, Tachin kitten's calm expression suddenly made waves. The eyes that hadn't fluctuated in the first place also surged. On the empty rooftop, the teenager in front of him was holding bread and a cell phone in his hands. It seems that they are just students everywhere. But for some reason, Tachin Kitty felt a sense of loneliness inexplicably. As soon as the eyes met, a sense of tranquility and warmth suddenly appeared in the heart of the silver-haired girl. It was as if he was deeply pampered by the gods. I felt infinite satisfaction and safety. For a while, the Tachin kitten looked at Nangong Shuo in a daze, and stayed where he was. After a few seconds, she hasn't slowed down yet. Naturally, Nangong Shuo didn't know the idea of Tachin kittens. Seeing the other person standing still, he subconsciously asked. You are a cat classmate in the first grade. Why didn't you speak anymore? Could it be that something is looking for me? Chapter 7, The Three-No Girl is Upset. Nangong Shuo's original appearance is very handsome. After being strengthened by the Golden Rule, it becomes even more like a god. The voice of speaking is also more magnetic and pleasant than before. In an instant, the Tachin kitten came back to his senses. White and tender cheeks were slightly red for some reason. She shook her head and said quietly. Not at all. Just find a place to eat. I won't bother you. Seeing the kitten want to turn around and leave, Nangong Shuo couldn't help laughing. The rooftop is so big, even if there is one more person, there will be no interruption. Since kitty classmate is here, let's eat together. As he said, Nangong Shuo's body was still leaning to the side. The appearance of inviting the other person to come by his side. Tachin kitty would not have agreed to an invitation from a stranger. But looking at the smile on Nangong Shuo's lips, listening to the other side's clear and gentle voice. In the heart of the silver-haired girl, a ray of shaking poked out her head silently. Anyway, I wanted to come to the rooftop and watch the scenery and taste a bento. As if to convince herself, the silver-haired girl whispered. After that, she took the lunch and sat politely not far from Nangong Shuo. Two fair-skinned beauties were neatly joined together, and the Tachin kitten opened the lunch box and ate it bite by bite. From a distance, it looks like a small milk cat eating canned food. The little head is moving, very cute. Suddenly, her movements stopped and her whole body froze. Turning his amber eyes to his side, Tachin kitten said slowly. That. Why did Nangong suddenly sit here? Huh? Do you know my name? Known from senior sister Zunai. It seems that the daytime events really made me a little famous. Opening the bag of bread, Nangong Shuo took a bite and continued while eating. Don't you think you are very lonely when you eat alone? If someone accompanies you to chat, the food will become more delicious. Makes sense. The scene of usually gathering with Lias and others flashed in his mind, and Tachin kitty's expression became much softer. What does Nangong classmate want to talk about? It's okay. For example, cat classmates should usually eat lunch in the activity room, right? Why come to the rooftop today? The minister has something to do and they no longer have the activity room, so I just. After chatting with Tachin kittens, Nangong Shuo soon ate the bread in his hands. I feel a little under-eaten. I'll go to the cafeteria and wander around. Seeing Nangong Shuo standing up and about to leave. Suddenly a trace of reluctance came out of Tachin kitty's heart. Except for Rias and the others, they were the first to make her feel so comfortable with each other. Wait a minute. Subconsciously, the silver-haired girl stretched out her small hand and gently pulled Nangong Shuo's sleeve. I have too much bento, I can't finish it by myself. If you don't mind. The cheeks became slightly hot, but the Tachin kitten's face was still very calm. Lifting the bento box, she passed the chopsticks in her hand. Please eat my lunch. Seeing the scene before him, Nangong Shuo was unavoidably surprised. Unexpectedly, the three no girls would have an active invitation one day. The Golden Rule X, the power of this reward is really terrifying. Does Kitty make a bento? How is your craftsmanship? I'm really curious. Nangong Shuo took the bento generously and took a sip. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was a little surprised. It tastes very good. Unexpectedly, the craftsmanship of classmate Kitty is so good. Very ordinary. Said lightly, the Tachin kitten couldn't help but grab the hem of the skirt. She has eaten this lunch. How embarrassed to give others a taste. And chopsticks too. They are all used by her. This is too shameful. Thinking of this, Tachin Kitty's white cheeks were completely dyed with a beautiful pale pink. He moved his eyes to the side in embarrassment. After Nangongshuo finished eating, she quietly raised her head. The amber eyes are moist and bright, extremely cute. Looking at the bento in his hand, Nangongshuo continued. I'll take the bento box back and wash it, and I'll give it to you tomorrow. Hearing this, the Tachin kitten was taken aback and nodded hesitantly. Ken. Anyway, I also have other bento boxes. Well, then it's settled. Nodding, Nangongshuo stood up. It's almost time for class, right? I'll go back to the classroom first. It's not good for cat students to stay here for too long. Okay. With a soft response, Tachin Kitten watched Nangongshuo open the door and left the rooftop. The breeze blew through her short silver hair, and the girl finally let go of her tight skirt. The hem of the original neat skirt was a little wrinkled when pinched by her. Strangeness. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and the silver-haired girl murmured. Why do you feel a little bit wrong? Could it be that there is some danger nearby? Chapter 8 The Breath of Lost Demon? Back to the classroom with the bento box, Nangongshuo didn't really think much. After eating someone else's food, clean the related supplies or something. Isn't this all the basic courtesy of the Celestial Dynasty? He put the bento box in the drawer casually, and he temporarily left the matter behind. Time flies quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it's almost evening. After tidying up things, Nangongshuo walked out of the school gate. The villa in his house is not too far from the school. Looking at the scenery blowing in the wind, walking back all the way, it still feels very pleasant. Call. But the next second was the moment Nangongshuo passed by the park. A cold wind that makes people's hair stand upright, but I don't know where it came from. A sense of horror arose in his heart astonishingly. Is this the breath of the devil? It seems to be a little different from the smell of kittens and others. Is it a lost demon? In high school, some demon family members will betray their masters and even kill them. Most of these demon family members will behave in various places and use the power of the devil at will. Like a vicious dog on the side of the road, it is a very unstable risk factor. Just when Nangongshuo was feeling the breath seriously, suddenly, a familiar figure stood behind him. Ah! Isn't this classmate Nangong? It's a coincidence that I just met you in the morning, and now I'm seeing you again. Classmate Zunai. After regaining his senses, Nangongshuo turned around and showed a smile. There is a breath of lost devil here, so he was not surprised by Zunai's appearance. But then, Juno Himes Hima in front of him took out a photo. Student Nangong, did you see this little girl on the way here? Not at all. Shaking his head, Nangongshuo said lightly. Is this child missing? Well, it disappeared after school today. Without concealing it, Juno Himes Hima nodded, a rare trace of sorrow on her delicate little face. Her parents are very worried. I was a little worried, so I also came to help find it. Nangongshuo nodded when hearing the words of Juno Himes Hima. I see. Then I will help pay more attention. Ah, then I will trouble classmate Nangong. With a gentle smile, Juno Himes Hima took out his mobile phone. How about exchanging contact information with me? If Nangong student finds anything, it's easy to tell me. Faced with such a reasonable request, Nangongshuo naturally took out his mobile phone and exchanged their contact information. Then I will go over there first. See you tomorrow, classmate Nangong. With a graceful nod to Nangongshuo, Juno Himes Hima left soon. A few minutes later, she walked to the side of a red-haired girl. Minister Elias. Hearing the call, the red-haired girl turned her head. She is about the same height as Juno Himes Hima, and she is slender and beautiful. There was a hint of fierceness in his emerald-clear eyes. It was just a look back, and that beauty made many people passing by look dumbfounded. "Zunai, have you found it?" With her brows frowned slightly, Laya said lightly. "No, but I noticed a trace of a lost demon. But the other party is very cunning, and disappeared the moment I appeared." "Is that so?" With a look in her eyes, Rias continued. "There have been 2 missing children in the past few days. This lost demon is either in strength or hidden ability. They are all different from the past cannon fodder roles. Let Yudukun and Xiao Xiao join the search." "Understood, Minister Lias." Nodded, Haim Jimajuno planned to leave. "But I don't know what I noticed," but Ria suddenly spoke again. "Wait, Zunao, have you encountered any good things?" Green Eyes looked at her family members, and there was a hint of curiosity in her tone. "It feels like you look very happy. The smile is brighter than before." "Ah, did the minister find out?" Her little white hand covered her mouth, and Chanaheim's Hima said with a smile. "It's just that I just met someone I care about." "Hee, anyone who cares more." Hearing this, Lia's eyes suddenly became somewhat meaningful. Ria's eyes suddenly seemed very meaningful. "Although it won't happen to you. But I still want to remind you, don't be fooled by the boy's appearance. Thank you for the minister's advice, but the kid is serious and honest. He is a very interesting person." With a love-like smile on his face, Juno Heimjima's tone was a little cheerful. "Then I'll go find the kittens first. Minister, be careful yourself." Watching Haim's Hima, Juno spread out the devil's wings and quickly leave. After several seconds, Rias showed a trace of loneliness. "Who cares?" There was an inaudible mumble. "I don't know what she thought of." A bitter smile suddenly appeared on her little face. "It's all this time, when will the people I care about appear? Obviously, whether it is a devil, an angel, or a human. I don't care about it." Chapter 9 Is Fengji such an inconvenient thing? After bidding farewell to Zunai of Haim's Hima, Nangongshuo did not go home directly. Following the disappearing breath of the lost demon, he soon came to a very remote place in the park forest. But that breath never appeared again. "Have you left?" As he was talking, Nangongshuo's eyes suddenly stopped. Under the big tree, a small student leather shoe was randomly discarded in place. There are small footprints of different shades on the side. Without any hesitation, Nangongshuo chased him immediately. Within a few minutes, a crying figure appeared in his field of vision. Perceiving Nangongshuo's approach, her small body shook, and she immediately looked over. "Yes, where is who is? Don't come over, be careful of me, I will bite you." The little girl's face was crying wet, her 2 small paws clenched into fists, with a threatening look. But the tone was pitiful, like a little animal being bullied, very cute. Seeing this scene, Nangongshuo couldn't help softening his tone. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Did you get lost because you separated from your mother? Brother will send you back to find your mother, okay?" "Really?" A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and the little girl said happily. But the next second, she suddenly reacted, and a trace of fear flashed across her watery eyes. "No, no. Brother, you must never come over," the girl whispered hastily. "I'm not gone, in fact, I am." But before she could finish speaking, a rough female voice suddenly came out. "Really, how can you always be so disobedient?" In the next second, a huge black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. What appeared in front of us was a huge spider. The 8 hairy spider legs stretched out and hit the ground with a bang. On its back, there stood a half-length woman. With long hair draped in front of her face was as pale as a zombie, with 3 pairs of spider eyes. He kept turning while speaking, looking terrible. "I have said it, let you attract humans to come over. It makes me full, doesn't it? Or, You want to be eaten by me in one bite like the kid before. Seeing this figure in front of her, the little girl's face was completely pale. The two slender short legs kept trembling. You, don't come over. Brother, run. She really can eat people. It's a terrifying monster. Monster? Haha, people are not such low-level things. There was a stiff smile on the pale face, and the monster-like thing slowly said, I'm a demon. The lost demon who is powerful enough to kill the master. In the next second, her black compound eyes turned and stared at Nangongshuo. Notice the dusty temperament, and the appearance that catches people's eyes like a god. She was taken aback for a moment, and then showed greedy eyes. What a handsome boy. It's a shame to eat such a person. How about you replace this guy and attract humans for me? What do you want? I will find it for you. Twisting his body, the lost demon walked towards Nangongshuo step by step. The huge spider legs handed over and moved on the ground, and the ground trembled. Seeing this scene, Nangongshuo's expression remained unchanged. Still the same as before, with a reassuring smile. Looking at the shivering little girl, his tone became gentle. Do not worry. I'll take you home now. When the voice fell, the lost demon in front of him suddenly burst into laughter. It's just a human being, how dare to say such a thing? I don't know if I should laugh at your stupidity or praise your courage. Anyway, break your limbs first. The disobedient handsome guy, I don't like. The voice stopped abruptly, and the expression of the lost demon changed instantly in the next second. The 8 spider legs snapped, and she quickly retreated backward. Drops of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his face. What happened? Deep fear emerged in his heart, and the black compound eyes of the lost demon turned frantically. The moment she was about to attack, she suddenly felt a very powerful breath. A strong sense of restraint also came from all directions. It's as if, entered the spider web. Realizing this, the look in the lost demon's eyes suddenly became even more wrong. Haha, are you aware of it? Facing a lost demon far stronger than humans. Nangongshuo seemed extremely relaxed and natural at this moment. With a slight stroke of his finger to his side, there was still a faint smile on his face. But in his eyes, there was a hint of cold killing intent. Decent, not only in schools. What should the social morals look like? It seems that I have to teach you carefully, lost the devil. Chapter 10 Don't look, your knife is not faster than me. Hearing Nangongshuo's voice, the lost demon became more nervous. Drops of cold sweat flowed through the pale skin, and the whole face looked shiny. Sacred tool. Feeling the change in Nangongshuo's body, she gasped hoarsely. It seems to be a little tricky. However, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise I will kill this guy now. Without responding to the other party, Nangongshuo's mind suddenly moved. In the next second, the air around the lost demon instantly fluctuated. The surrounding scenery seemed to be disturbed by the waves, and it was distorted for a short time. Wow! The sound of the chain shaking followed, and the flickering golden spear tip suddenly appeared in the air. Lock of the sky? This chain that is enough to restrain the gods. Facing this lost demon, the effect of restraint would not have been so powerful. But the other party's behavior has long violated morals. So at this moment, driven by Nangongshuo, the sharp spear tip of the skylock instantly penetrated the chest of the lost demon. Haven't waited for the other party to make any move to tear up votes. The pitch-black chain also whizzed through the air, slamming the woman on the spider's back tightly. The golden double-sided arc-shaped blunt knife at the end also pierced into the spider's body like a machete. A dash. While the lost demon screamed. Near Nangongshuo's ears, there seemed to be a crisp sound of broken bones. Boom. The 8 huge legs seemed to be unable to hold up the horrible body anymore. He immediately collapsed to the ground, and blood was constantly spitting out from the mouth of the zombie-like woman. The body was twisted into a strange appearance by the lock of heaven. Seeing this scene, the little girl's eyes suddenly showed a look of shock. Such a huge, such a terrifying demon was tied up by a chain, so he didn't move. The big brother in front of you is amazing. The fear on her face was slightly dissipated, and her beautiful eyes were much brighter. Looking at Nangongshuo, his eyes were full of worship and hope. Come here quickly. Nangongshuo just called out softly. The little girl in front of her nodded and ran over cautiously. Putting his head in his arms, the little guy sniffed and whispered in a crying voice. Big brother, thank you, thank you. I thought I would never see my mother again. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, like an angel. Hearing what the little girl said, Nangongshuo couldn't help but smile. Angel. But all he is dealing with now are demons. But angels or something, I will meet them in the future. The thoughts in his mind flashed by, and then, Nangongshuo stretched out his hand and gently touched the little girl's head. Leave it to me to deal with it here. Can you walk out of the park by yourself and find your mother? Huh? Brother, won't you accompany me out? I am still a little scared myself. The little girl squeezed his clothes tightly and said cautiously. I have sent a message to a very beautiful sister. Nangongshuo wiped his wet face and said slowly. She will come to pick you up soon. Don't worry, trust me, okay. Although I was still afraid. But I looked at Nangongshuo, who was like a hero before me. The little girl nodded obediently, and chose to trust each other. Well, then I will go out by myself. Big brother, you have to come out quickly. What a good boy. Touching the little girl's head again, Nangongshuo showed her the way to leave. Soon, Fang Ai turned around in 3 steps and left. When that little figure completely disappeared before his eyes, his gentle smile converged. The lock of the sky. Without a hint, Nangongshuo spit out the name in the next second. Zheng. The dark chains were twisted fiercely again. In the blink of an eye, the blue and white human form was completely twisted. Countless flesh and blood splashed, but when they fell on the ground, they all turned into mud-like things. The spider, which had been paralyzed on the ground motionless, also moved immediately. The 8 spider legs suddenly bounced up, like a prodigal dog, actually digging holes in the ground. The speed is not slow. Within a few seconds, the dust in the sky rose, and the spider's figure disappeared into the ground. Hee, I thought you were going to play dead again. Nangongshuo's gaze swept towards the ground, and his 5 fingers were slightly held in the air. The lock of the sky rushed into the ground like a snake, the chain clanked, and it kept approaching the lost demon like an earth dragon. Feeling the impressive killing intent behind, the heartbeat of the lost devil was mad, and the cold sweat almost covered his eyes. How could Zhu Wangtown have such a role? Her heart is full of incredible. Obviously I am also the strength of a superior demon. Why don't you even have a chance to resist? What is the role of this artifact in front of you? Chapter 11. Is this reward a cameo from next door? At the same time that countless thoughts flashed in the heart of the lost devil. The soil in front of her turned upside down. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared from the dark underground. Chiang. The chains flickered, and sharp spears broke through the ground. Before the lost demon could react, the golden light, as blazing as the sun, came to her. With a flutter, the tip of the spear penetrated half of her head. The painful screams followed. How come? The 3 pairs of compound eyes became extremely red, and she screamed and drove the 8 spider legs, trying to break free. But the lock of the sky was as heavy as a rock, tightly restraining this huge body. Unknowingly, the pitch-black chain tied the lost demon sturdily like a shrimp. The tip of the spear was still deepening, and blood poured down from the wound. The surrounding soil has a dignified smell of rust. Feeling that the lock of the sky has restrained the target, Nangang Shuo's heart moved again. Come. As the voice fell, the ground surged like a wave. The soil trembled, and the pitch-black chain came out inch by inch. The lost demon, who was tightly bound by the lock of the sky, like a dead fish, was hung in front of Nangang Shuo. The golden tip of the spear pierced her body long ago. If it weren't for being reincarnated as a demon, it would gain vitality far stronger than humans. This lost demon probably died of excessive blood loss long ago. I surrendered. Looking at Nangang Shuo dying, the voice of the lost demon was full of panic. It's not that she has never tried to break free. But the chains on her body were like the rocks stuck to her. No matter how you move, you can't get rid of it. In an instant, she fully understood her situation. Lost devil or something, in fact, I don't want to be. Please forgive me, please. Whether it is your slave or servant, I will do it. Trying to put on a pitiful look, the voice of the lost demon trembled. But Nangang Shuo's eyes did not fluctuate. It doesn't even mean to communicate. The beautiful 5 fingers tightened again, and a word suddenly came out from his mouth. Bind. The moment the voice fell, the spear tip of the skylock suddenly moved. The pitch-black chain tightened its body creakingly like a giant python tightening its prey. Click, click, click. The sound of broken bones is so clear. In just a few seconds, the body of the lost demon has been completely distorted. The 8 spider legs are like jagged withered vines, dangling in the air. Feel the breath of life that no longer exists. Nangang Shuo released the tightened fingers and beckoned to the front. Come. The dark chains shook immediately, and obediently pulled away from the body. In an instant, it returned to Nangang Shuo's side. A golden magic circle suddenly appeared, and the lock of the sky disappeared in it. That's it? He glanced at the lost demon, who fell to the ground, motionless. Nangang Shuo said lightly. In the next second, a crisp system prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Congratulations to the host for maintaining social morals. Get the reward, Huang Hualin. Hearing this reward, Nangang Shuo's eyes couldn't help being taken aback. Huang Hualin? If you remember correctly, isn't this a weapon in blood devouring next door? Suddenly appearing in high college, it really made him a drama. As he was thinking in his heart, all the information about the reward was also transmitted to his mind. Huang Hualin, which is the weapon used by Huang Sakasyaka in blood-devouring attack, 6-style heavy equipment lowering the magic bow. Like the original, the 6-type reloading devil bow has 2 forms. Usually the first form of the silver giant sword. The blade is about 120 centimeters long and can be folded for storage. Not only that, the 6-style reloaded magic bow is in the form of the giant sword. Its blade can also cut the connection of space, creating an absolute defensive barrier that invalidates physical attacks in just a moment. If the separated half of the sword body is turned around 180 degrees. After pulling up the strong silver string again, it becomes the second form of being a Western bow. In this form, the user can shoot dysprosium. Unleash the magic of high-density mantra chanting that the world could not use. Interfere with the activities of magic and spiritual power within the range. Generally speaking, for Nangang Shuo, who now has unlimited magic power. For him, this 6-style reloaded magic bow is really a very good weapon. Let's call you Huang Hualin. After listening for so long, I'm used to it. Looking at the pure white giant sword in front of him, Nangang Shuo murmured. After that, he stretched out his hand and picked up the giant sword in front of him. The starting weight is not as heavy as he imagined. After injecting magic power, the entire sword body glowed slightly. It looks unusually holy. At this moment, Nangang Shuo suddenly felt a little strange. This is Chapter 12, Complete Sonic Boom Freedom. At the moment of contact with Huang Hualin, a lot of knowledge was transferred into Nangang Shuo's mind at once. In just a few seconds, he had clearly understood all the details of the spell. Not only that, the system also added a function very intimately. In the original work, the Western bow form of Huang Hualin was used, and a strong silver string was required to be used. But when Nangang Shuo has unlimited magic power, the system directly transmitted all the art of constructing bowstrings to him. Among them, it also includes how to construct the magic style of Naruto Daya. It's like a high-end version of projection magic by Shiro Waimiya. Nangang Shuo's bowstrings and sound dysprosium constructed by magic techniques can be used at will like the original. As long as the magic power is not exhausted, it can continue to be manufactured. In other words, this Huang Hualin is in his hand. It's just a humanoid self-propelled sonic boom. With such a powerful weapon, Nangang Shuo naturally immediately picked up the Huang Hualin in the form of a Western bow. A stream of heat gushes slowly from the fingertips, and he doesn't need to be distracted to think. The bowstring and Naruto Daya's magical spells were constructed at the same time. White light emerged one after another from the air, and within a few seconds, the slender bowstring appeared in the air. Then, a cool blue light suddenly appeared on the bowstring. The magic is extremely delicately constructed into the shape of a bow and arrow. In the blink of an eye, Nangang Shuo was pinched at his fingertips and pointed at the front. At this moment, the Huang Hualin in the shape of a Western bow gave people a more complete feeling. A terrible wave of magical power also came from the tip of the blue arrow. Snapped. Open the finger lightly, and the white bowstring rebounds instantly. The arrow galloped away like the wind, and the sound waves that set off distorted the surrounding air a bit. After a flash of blue light passed by, the harsh wind-breaking sound followed, exploding one after another on the road where the arrow passed. With a bang, Minji and Daya got deep into the body of the lost demon that was solved by the lock of heaven. Without even a moment of pause, the flames of Yalin exploded. The scorching temperature came, and the surrounding air fluctuated violently. The essence of magic is like a huge wave sweeping, destroying everything around the lost demon. The soil turned into fine dust in an instant, and the bushes were instantly shattered by the powerful impact and turned into debris in the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him, Nangang Shuo also showed a surprised expression. I don't know if his magic power is too pure and strong. Just a Mingyan Dy arrow, still without any spell bonus. The effect is actually more exaggerated than throwing a missile. The lost demon who was still on the ground just now was blown into powder directly. A little bit more powerful than I thought. Could it be because Huang Hualin has special attack bonuses against demons? After a moment of joy, Nangang Shuo calmed down quickly. Although Minjian Daya is easy to use, he hasn't learned any spells yet. The attack released is a high precision and high concentration magic bomb. If you want to have different effects, you still have to learn magic or spells. It seems that it takes a lot of maintenance to maintain style. After chanting, Nangang Shuo was not too entangled. After checking the time, he left here. As for the mess, let the professionals handle it. Just a few minutes after Nangang Shuo left, a crimson magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground that was blown into an empty space. In the next second, a slender figure slowly appeared. Huh? Have you left? The action is really fast enough. Laya stroked her fluttering red hair and said lightly. But when she saw the scene in front of her that was almost razed to the ground, there was still a hint of surprise in Jade's eyes inevitably. At this moment, a small figure fell beside her. Minister, we are back. Immediately behind, was another elegant figure. Minister Lias has sent the little girl back. Related memories have also been modified, so that things about demons will not be revealed. Good job, Zunai. Ah, it's all I should do. Holding his small face and smiling, Juno Heimjima's gaze also noticed the scene in front of him. There was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. She continued. It seems that someone has already taken care of it. Hearing this, the Tachin kitten on the side also spoke lightly. This power makes me feel a little scary. It's no longer a question of horror or not. Rubbing her eyebrows, Ria's tone became a bit distressed. This power is very unfamiliar, and it's not the magician of Juwangtown. From the perspective of breath, there is no such breath of demons or fallen angels. So. Before Rias could finish speaking, Heimjima Juno suddenly gave a soft hey. A sly smile suddenly appeared on her lips, and she looked at Rias. Ah, Minister. I feel very familiar with the remaining breath of the artifact. Chapter 13. Are you queuing to violate discipline? Rias's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled when hearing Heimjima Juno's words. It makes you feel familiar. Did you solve this lost demon man? That's the Nangong classmate you mentioned. Ah, it's very likely. Nodded with a smile, Juno Heimjima's tone was still unhurried. I will contact him tomorrow. Lias thought for a moment. The powerful magical emissary who didn't know the details suddenly approached us. It always feels a bit dangerous. Lias had just finished speaking, but Tachin Kitten, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Not dangerous. Looking at the two with amber eyes, she said in a cold voice. Nangong classmate. It's not a bad guy. Seeing Tachin Kitten, who has never been too cold to boys, said this. Rias and Heimjima Juno both showed some surprised expressions. Ah, what a strange speech. Juno Heimjima said first. Kitten has also been in contact with him. Well. I ran into it by accident and had lunch together. The tip of her ears turned slightly red, and Tachin Kitty explained hurriedly. It turned out to be so. Without knowing what she thought of, Rias's tone suddenly softened a lot. I already know what the kitten thinks. But you haven't had much contact with classmate Nangong. For safety reasons, it's better not to trust him now. Can it be done, Kitty? Hearing what Lias said, Tachin Kitty rarely responded immediately. After a few seconds of silence, she nodded gently. I see, Minister. Also, I am a little tired today. Can I go back and rest first? Of course, Kitten. After getting permission, the silver-haired girl turned and left silently. Seeing this, Lias couldn't help showing a curious look. Commissioner of Discipline. Nangong Shuo, classmate Nangong. There are not many people who are willing to defend the kitten after only seeing it once. So now, it seems that the one who provokes you is a very interesting human being. Ah, maybe afterwards, I provoke him. Then I'm even more curious. The two of them quickly left here while talking. Of course, the various traces left by Nangong Shuo were also eliminated by them with magic. In a blink of an eye, the time came to the next day. Like yesterday, Nangong Shuo came to school early. After putting on the red armband of Chairman Fengji, he came to the school gate. But unlike before, apart from a few elementary school girls, a figure is already waiting there. Good morning, classmate Nangong. Pushing the glasses, Drakangna said with a smile. Always feel like you and yesterday. Something is different. Looking at Nangong Shuo's face, the tone of Kangna was a little surprised. Is it her illusion? Why did the humans in front of her feel the majesty of a god? For a moment, she almost thought that she was the god of the Bible before her. Good morning, President Kangna. After replying, Nangong Shuo's eyes turned to Genluo Chunji. Immediately after he said hello after drawing Kangna. The girl didn't say a word anymore, and stood aside obediently, like a tool person. Chunji is not assured that I will come by myself, I must follow. Noting the look in Nangong Shuo's eyes, Zhiqiang Na explained in due course. She won't interfere too much, just stay with me. Then it doesn't matter. Nodding his head, Nangong Shuo took Kangna and started the work of maintaining morals. Most of the students are the same as yesterday, without any violation of morals. There were still some schoolgirls who came to ask him for the proper length of his skirt. After all was gone, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Nangong Shuo's eyes. Looking at the bright red long hair, slender body, Nangong Shuo was taken aback for a moment, and said with some surprise, "Student Lias, why did you come over suddenly?" Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Lias suddenly showed a nice smile. A pair of hydrated emerald eyes also cast a sly look. "Chairman Nangong Fengji, right. Actually, I violated morals today." At this moment, Nangong Shuo's gaze couldn't help but swept up and down. "I took a closer look at Rias's neat and decent school uniform, and took care of her meticulously long hair. Not to mention violating the morals, the photo of this outfit is enough to be posted in the Mayashi student exhibition." She seemed to be aware of Nangong Shuo's doubts, and in the next second, Rias smiled and continued. "From the outside, I really did not violate the morals. But yesterday, I left school without permission. Homework or something, I haven't finished it. The lunch break is over. It's still in the activity room and afternoon tea." After talking a lot, Rias stopped now. She looked at Nangong Shuo with moist eyes, and she blinked her eyes innocently. "Aren't these behaviors excessive? Chairman Nangong Fengji, what punishment should I receive?" Chapter 14 I Sing a Harmony, Kind of Tacit Understanding. There was a full smile on Lia's face. Jade's eyes are even more gleaming, like a kitten who sees a dried fish. "No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to have been punished by yourself." Nangong Shuo is a little speechless. "What's wrong?" The key is that Lia smiled and urged him not to respond. "Is it because I violated too much discipline? Isn't it good to punish me?" After Lias finished speaking, she hadn't waited for Nangong Shuo to answer. Withdrawing Kangna on the side also noticed the situation here. "Huh? Lias? Why are you here? I have violated a lot of morals recently, and I feel a little sorry." Nodding to her friend, Lias briefly explained a few words. "So, I came to Nangong Fengji chairman to confess and accept some punishment by the way." Unexpectedly, he never spoke. "It's just a few punishments, is it so difficult?" While she was talking, Lias blinked her eyes. Like a little fox being bullied, his face is innocent. "We have been with Rias for so long, but Shishi Kangna is still very familiar with each other. When I saw my friends look like this..." She suddenly understood something in her heart, and cooperated very skillfully. "Student Nangong, Lias is very sincerely regretting her mistakes." Pushing the glasses, she smiled and looked at Nangong Shuo. Watching the excitement is not too big to add a few words. "Aren't you going to respond to her feelings?" Nangong Shuo suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression with the appearance of the two singing and playing in harmony. "At the same time, I also understand something." In the next second, he returned to his usual appearance. "Well, I already understand what you mean. Student Lias violated so much discipline, it is really hard to punish." After thinking about it, Nangong Shuo continued. "By the way, it's already summer. The school swimming pool hasn't been cleaned yet. As punishment, how about leaving this to classmate Rias?" Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Rias's ruddy lips raised slightly. "Clean the pool?" In the next second, she said immediately. "It sounds like a very hard punishment." "Sure enough, forget it. Just now, Chairman Nangong will assume that I haven't said it. I'll go back to school first, bye." With that said, Lias turned around and walked towards the school. That kind of calm and self-contained look did not seem to be sincerely regretful at all. Nangong Shuo's gaze was instantly directed towards Shishi Kangna. Ahem. The black-haired girl turned her gaze away, her tone a little bit distressed. Unexpectedly, Rias is actually such a person who evades punishment. I saw the wrong person. Chairman Nangong, let you handle this matter. I'm so sad. What about the good tactical demon? The acting is so perfunctory, who are you fooling? Blind people can see that these two people are singing and playing together, can you come over and make trouble? A speechless glance at the withdrawal Kangna, Nangong Shuo's mouth also conjured up a bright smile. Evasion of punishment. No, no, I'm the chairman of the committee. It is my duty to maintain discipline and punish those who disturb the discipline. No matter who violates the morals. This responsibility will never change. When the voice fell, Nangong Shuo's gaze turned to Rias. The red-haired girl seemed to slow down on purpose, waiting for him to catch up. But in the next second, Rias's smile suddenly froze. The legs that were originally walking suddenly felt a heavy sense of being bound by chains. There was also a very depressed feeling in her heart. Involuntarily, he stopped and froze in place. Perceiving something wrong with her body, Lia's expression became serious. Is this the magical power that Nangong classmate possesses? It can be easily delayed, and even imprison the action of the superior demon. Sure enough, it is a very powerful artifact. Thinking in her heart, then Lias calmly mobilized her magic power. I want to try to break through this shackle with my strength. But then she was surprised to find that with the increase in magic power, the feeling of restraint actually became stronger. The feet that could have moved a little bit were like being tightly bound, and there was a feeling of pain. Seeing this, Lias planned to use more magic power when she thought about it. What is the limit of this restraint? She is really curious. But at this moment, Nangong Shuo's deep and pleasant voice came to her ears. Student Lias, I suggest you don't use magic power anymore. If one is not careful, it will break your feet. I will be very troubled. Chapter 15. Lias was depressed in an instant. Nangong Shuo's tone was very flat. Although the one in front of him is Lias Gremory. But what should be punished must be punished. If the other party really intends to escape punishment, he doesn't mind using some means. Anyway, most of the devil's bodies are very tyrannical. As a pure-blood demon, Rias is naturally more outstanding in this respect. Presumably it will be restored soon, and nothing major will happen. Besides, Nangong Shuo didn't think so. With the other person's character, he will strongly resist this kind of thing. Facts have proved that I have read the original work again. Nangong Shuo still knows Rias very well. After perceiving the restraint on the body, it is not easy to break free. She immediately returned to her usual appearance, smiling calmly. Emerald eyes looked at Nangong Shuo, and she whispered like a fox. It's really a powerful artifact. No wonder, yesterday's lost demon can be easily solved. Speaking of this, I also want to thank Chairman Nangong. It makes my job a lot easier. In a few simple words, Nangong Shuo has understood. Why is Rias doing such an abnormal behavior today? He calmly met the opponent's line of sight, and he replied in a flat tone. That lost demon, but it seriously violated social morals. It's also within my punishment range. Student Lias wants to thank me for your words, and then just invite me to dinner. Now, please consciously finish the punishment in your spare time. But for the devil, cleaning the pool or something. That's something that can be easily solved with magic with a wave of hands, right? Looking at Nangong Shuo with an innocent look, Lias said with a provocative smile. Is this a punishment for my violation of morals? Rias didn't know what she said, Nangong Shuo had already thought of it. Facing her problem at this moment, the boy's smile suddenly became a little brighter. Well, that's right. So, classmate Lias can't use magic when cleaning the swimming pool. After hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Rias originally wanted to say something. After all, the matter of using magic. If she didn't say it, how many people would know? But in the next second, Rias' expression changed suddenly. A deep shock also flashed through his emerald eyes. Is it an illusion? The magic in her body seems to have disappeared. Perceiving this, Rias's heart rarely panicked. The little white hand lifted up subconsciously, and touched his belly through the clothes. But no matter how she mobilizes, she even directly builds a magic circle. The magic is as if it doesn't exist anymore, motionless. How so? In an instant, Rias' mood collapsed a little. Magic power is something she was born with as a demon. Just like breathing, it's indispensable. But now, her magic power has been taken away. After stunned for several seconds, Rias's gaze slowly turned to Nangongshuo. A trace of fear rose from her heart, and she suddenly felt that her behavior just now was simply too aggressive. You can deprive her of magic at will. What if it is her life that is deprived of her soul? Will it be as easy as it is now? Thinking of the consequences, Rias's scalp became a little numb. This kind of power is like a god. In other words, even more exaggerated than God. Although I don't know what Rias is thinking. But notice the complex eye changes of the red-haired girl. Nangongshuo also had some guesses in his mind. Don't worry, I haven't done anything excessive. He patted Rias on the shoulder, he said unhurriedly. It's just temporarily preventing you from using magic power. When the pool is cleaned, it will naturally be returned to you. Do you understand? I understand. Nodded in a tangled mood, Lias was obviously a little depressed. Since birth, the feeling of being suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. This is the first time. Seeing Nangongshuo's still smiling handsome face, she suddenly had the urge to take off her small leather shoes and throw them on the other person. After suffering for a long time, she didn't do it? Student Nangong, can I leave now? Then Lias spoke up. The swimming pool at Juwang Academy is very big. If you don't use magic, I'm afraid it will take a day to clean. She deliberately increased her tone a little bit, perhaps even Lias didn't notice it. She is like an awkward little girl now. The whole person looks wronged a lot. And the next second, Nangongshuo's voice came over. Leave. When I finish this, you can leave. Student Lias, can you please stretch out your hand and put it in front of me? Chapter 16. Don't ask, it's shame to ask, it's so shameful. Stretch out your hand? Upon hearing this strange request, Ria suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. But I felt the magic of being motionless like a rock. She was silent for a few seconds, then obediently raised her little hand and handed it to Nangongshuo. Although she has also experienced some combat training, Lias's palm is still delicate and white. Without a trace of calluses or scars, it was perfect. In the next second, she saw the boy in front of him smiling and stretching out his hand, and drew out an exquisite ruler. Nangong classmate, what are you going to do? With her eyes widened, Rias's tone was shocked. Huh? He said he came himself, but suddenly ran away halfway through. Shouldn't it be a little punishment? Quickly grabbing Rias's little hand, Nangongshuo quickly raised the ruler in his hand without hesitation. Snapped. With a crisp clapping sound, Rias was stunned by the whole demon. Several students passed by the two of them, and they suddenly stopped, showing shocked eyes. Lias senpai was hit in the palm of her hand? So, can this kind of screen be watched for free? Withdrawing Kangna from the side also showed a surprised look. At first, she thought that Nangongshuo was just frightening Rias. I didn't expect to actually do it. A few seconds later, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. With interest, he also looked at Nangongshuo. Dare to do such a thing to Rias, this human being is really bold. It seems that life will become much more interesting in the future. Feeling the pain in her palm, Lias's white face flushed. It doesn't hurt to hit the palm of the hand. However, it is too shame on the senses. For a moment, Rias felt like she was back in her childhood. After doing something wrong, she was spanked by her mother. All this happened at the school gate. Feeling everyone's astonished eyes and friends' smiles that don't mean anything, Rias was even more ashamed, and her white ears were stained with a nice pink. If she could use magic power at this time, she would definitely dig a hole overnight and leave school immediately. If you don't hide for 10 days and a half months, then you would be embarrassed to come out and meet people, okay? Wait a minute, classmate Nangong, what are you doing? Rias tried hard to withdraw her little hand. But after losing her magic power, she is now almost like an ordinary girl. How could it be possible to counter the power of Nangong Shuo? So no matter how she hid, how hard she tried, Binan's little hand was still held by the opponent, and the ruler fell on the palm one after another. After several times, Rias also realized her situation. Little feet shrank slightly, she bit her lower lip and looked at Nangong Shuo watery. Enough, enough. It's been so much, I already know it's wrong. I will clean the pool well, don't hit it anymore. Lia's voice was not loud, and there was a hint of grievance in it. She is a pure-blood demon, the daughter of the Gremory family. Well-deserved next head of the family. As a result, he was hit by the palm of his hand at the school gate. Self-esteem will be completely destroyed. Seeing the red-haired girl about to cry, Nangong Shuo couldn't help raising her eyebrows. It was originally just to punish casually. Unexpectedly, the lethality is so great. Upon seeing this, Nangong Shuo put away the ruler. The rabbit bites people when anxious, let alone the devil. It's the most cost-effective to accept it as soon as you see it. It's enough. Nangong Shuo's tone was serious, and he shook the ruler in his hand. But if Lias didn't clean the pool well, I'm afraid I will be rude a few more times. Upon hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Rias did not answer. With emerald eyes with a little shame, he gave him a stern look. Then, the bright red hair fluttered, leaving Nangong Shuo with a slender and beautiful back. But judging from the rattling footsteps, it was obvious that he was very angry. Check the cleaning of the swimming pool at night. Glancing at Rias, Nangong Shuo quickly retracted his attention. Chairman Nangong is really gentle. At this moment, Kangna, who was on the side, walked over. Pushing the glasses, she said with a smile. Obviously you can hit heavier, right? But it took such a small amount of effort. I appreciate this kind of relaxation and punishment. Where, as the chairperson of style and discipline, you have to have this ability. Nangong Shuo said calmly when he met the gaze that draws Kangna calmly. Okay, President Kangna, the episode is over. Next, let me maintain school discipline. It has ended. Withdrawing, Kang said meaningfully. I don't think so. Hearing the words to draw Kangna, there was no fluctuation in Nangong Shuo's heart. This kind of tactical character is an old riddler. Don't talk about anything, you have to talk around the corners. So at this moment, he simply ignored it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. The next second, the system prompt sound arrived as scheduled. Get a reward, Arjuna Perfect Archery Inheritance Card. Chapter 17, Master Pinga is online quickly. At the same time that the system beep appeared, all the information about the reward was also transmitted to Nangong Shuo's mind. This Arjuna does not refer to the legendary Arjuna. It refers to the Arjuna in the FGO mobile game Xingyu. Set the heroes granted by the heavens, and the rare and famous archers holding the huge bows granted by the gods. In addition to Jin Shining, he is considered the most powerful bow follower in Fate. However, it is a pity that Arjuna's treasure abilities are not particularly outstanding. The most powerful is the numerically powerful leveling ability. But when he saw this, there was no disappointment in Nangong Shuo's eyes. On the contrary, there are some surprises. He doesn't know any spells and magic right now. Holding Huang Hualin in his hand, all he could release was Flat A's Minjian Daya. But this reward has greatly strengthened his accuracy, the power of peace. Directly evolved from a humanoid self-propelled sonic boom into a self-seeing headshot-like existence. Without any hesitation, Nangong Shuo directly used this archery inheritance card. In the next second, countless information about archery was transmitted to his mind. Arjuna has exercised countless times of reaction, aiming, and detection of the enemy. They were all carved into his subconscious. All the skills related to archers have also been passed down. Ding. Acquired clairvoyance, level B+. The holder can obtain excellent vision, can capture distant targets and embody dynamic vision. When launching an archery attack, you can perform time-sensing operations under high concentration. Ding. Obtained magic power is invalid, level C. The holder can negate the magic that chants less than 2 verses. Cannot defend against large-scale magic such as big magic and ritual spells. A series of explanations appeared one after another. In an instant, Nangong Shuo felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes. The most significant is the improvement of eyesight. From a distance, the details of many things can be seen clearly. The breath perception of living things is also more acute. Dashi Kangna and the others felt the originally vaguely devilish breath. At this moment, it was as if it was dyed with a different perfume. It was very clearly presented in front of him. Perceiving these changes, Nangong Shuo's heart was also a little happy. In this way, he could fully use Huang Hualin's power. Although it is only Master Ping A, this power is strong enough. Withdrawing his attention from the reward, he cast his sights on the students coming and going. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was the reason why he punished Lias. The students have become extremely well behaved. Even if there were a few schoolgirls who wanted to come over and make trouble, they were all taken care of by Kang Na in time. In a blink of an eye, the preparation bell rang. Hee, it seems that the work of maintaining morals is temporarily over. Chairman Nangong, I have something to do, so I will leave first. Said politely, Shishi Kangna took Zhenluo Chunji into the campus. Upon seeing this, Nangong Shuo was no exception, and returned to the class. Time passed quickly, and it was lunch break after a few classes. Ju Wang Academy, first grade class. In the noisy classroom, there is a small and cute silver-haired girl sitting. Many people's eyes linger on her. But she didn't seem to care about these things, took out the lunch box indifferently, and then stood up. As she was about to walk out of the classroom, a voice suddenly fell on her ears. Cat classmate. Hearing this familiar and clear voice, the body of the silver-haired girl stiffened slightly. Lifting her head blankly, a few seconds later, she spoke calmly. Senior Nangong. Why did you come to the first grade class? Isn't this here to give you something? Shaking the cute bento box in his hand, Nangong Shuo's tone is very innocent. What's wrong, don't you welcome me? It's not. Facing that face, Tachin Kitty didn't know why he couldn't say in different words. Especially when you notice the eyes of other people looking at Nangong Shuo. In her heart, there was also a rare feeling of anxiety inexplicably. Realizing that there was something wrong with her, Tachin Kitten thought for a while and quickly made a decision. Senior Nangong, come out with me. Grasping the boy's wrist, the silver-haired girl quickly ran out of the classroom. Under her leadership, the two came to a relatively quiet and remote place. Bring me to a place like this, does the kitten want to confess to me? Nangong Shuo joked casually. But the Tachin Kitten was suddenly taken aback. How is this possible? With a muffled reply, she took the bento box and averted her gaze as if to cover up. I want to ask you something else. She is also not a suitable role for playing tactical scheming. After brewing for a while, He asked directly. Senior Nangong, you are not a human being. Yesterday's lost demon was also solved by you, right? Chapter 18, People are good, but too steel and straight. Amber eyes stared at Nangong Shuo tightly. At this moment, there was a trace of tension in the heart of Tachin Kitty for some reason. Faintly, she regretted why she asked. Wouldn't it be good to leave it to Lia Senpai and the others to deal with and negotiate? But facing Nangong Shuo, she couldn't help but speak. Strangeness. Why is this so? A trace of confusion passed through the heart of Tachin Kitty. Her curiosity and desire for inquiry are obviously not so heavy. She is very clear about the illusion that curiosity killed the cat. Did not wait for the Tachin kitten to tangled up with the result. In the next second, Nangong Shuo nodded and said calmly. The lost demon is my solution. After all, the existence of that kind of guy is not conducive to social morals. However, there is still one point to be corrected. I'm a real human being. If Kitty student lacks contract clients, you can also try to sell to me. Touching his chin, Nangong Shuo glanced over the silver-haired girl. Hugged by a petite and cute girl princess, or a one-day maid experience or something. I'm very interested. After a few simple words fell, the Tachin kitten came back to his senses in an instant. Contract. Customer. The human in front of him obviously knows a lot. What other maid experience, princess hug? Glancing at Nangong Shuo in surprise, the Tachin kitten stepped back silently. Knowing the person, knowing the face and not knowing the heart, this sentence is really true. Did she accidentally provoke the presence of a gentleman? Looking at Nangong Shuo with complicated eyes, the silver-haired girl slowly spoke. Senior Nangong, your face and words and deeds. It really doesn't match. Really, Kitty classmate hates me. Looking at Nangong Shuo's handsome face still smiling. Tachin kittens rarely feel frustrated. She discovered that despite the fact that the other party showed a nasty side. I still don't want this guy to have any conflict with Lia Senpai. The white cheeks bulged cutely, and the next second, the Tachin kitten said dully. I hate, but what should be done is still to be done. Senior Nangong, come with me. Led by the petite silver-haired girl, Nangong Shuo came to the school swimming pool. I saw that the originally dirty swimming pool was now very clean. On the side, there are two young girls flushing with water pipes. Bright red long black hair like ink. The two beautiful figures are obviously Lias and Himes Himajuno. When noticing the situation here, the two both showed surprised expressions at the same time. Huh? Nangong classmate. Is the chairperson here to check the cleaning progress? Unlike the brisk tone of Hime Jimajuno, Rias's voice seemed more serious. But where she couldn't notice, she couldn't help hiding her little white hand. The tender palm was also a little bit painful and red. Seeing only two people cleaning, Nangong Shuo's eyes were a little surprised. I remember, there is a boy in the occultist research club, right? Did he not come to help? Ah, Lord Udo is out to do errands, so he is not here. Hime Jimajuno's explanation sounded at the right time. Of course, I can finish the cleaning myself. Rias added angrily. Senior Nangong. Amber eyes looked over, and Tachin kitten said lightly. I can use my lunch as an exchange, okay. The implication of the silver-haired girl is already very clear. Glancing at the fluttering hair that was bright like a rose, Nangong Shuo rolled up his sleeves. After cleaning, let's share the lunch together. Okay. Saw Nangong Shuo walk down the swimming pool and started cleaning. The corner of Tachin kitten's lips raised slightly, and he nodded heavily. Minister Lias, I'll help too. Ah. Realizing something was wrong, Rias turned her head immediately. Jade's eyes glared at Nangong Shuo, and she spoke lightly. Chairman Nangong, is it something wrong to help me complete the content of the punishment? How could be? Nangong Shuo said solemnly. As a member of the discipline committee, helping students is part of the job. Besides, I'm not here to help classmate Lias. His gaze turned to Juno Jima. I just don't want to make Zunai work so hard. You. Rias frowned, and Lias didn't say a word. In fact, she is not so easy to get angry. But looking at Nangong Shuo's face, she was inexplicably tickled at the roots of her teeth. Psychologically, she still knew very well that the other party was here to help herself. Then Nangong classmates can act at will. After pressing a word, Rias turned around and continued with the business at hand. Hearing the busy voice of Nangong Shuo behind her, a soft feeling slowly rose from her heart. This person still has some advantages. It's just too straight to be a straight guy, so I don't think about the mood of girls at all. As soon as this thought flashed through Rias's mind, Nangong Shuo's voice came over again. Student Lias, please help me rush over here. It's also here and there too. Oh, why haven't I washed it clean? Don't go too far, Chairman Nangong. Chapter 19 can be said to be an enterprise-level understanding. Although there are no special regulations. But neither Haim Jimishina nor Tachin Kitty used magic power. With the efforts of a few people, soon, the pool had already been cleaned to a similar level. It also looks more clean and tidy. Call. With a long breath, Rias wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's finally over. Oh, yes. Looking at the clean swimming pool, Nangong Shuo also felt a sense of satisfaction. Chairman Nangong, can my punishment end? In the next second, Rias' voice came over. In the first rinse, I have already untied it. Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Rias subconsciously mobilized her magic power. The familiar feeling spread over immediately. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but grin. Nangong Shuo on the side also showed a smile. I was too focused when cleaning the pool, I didn't notice it. Hee, just use one's own power to accomplish one thing. It feels good too, classmate Lias. A few simple words coincided with Rias's idea. At this moment, looking at Nangong Shuo's face, she felt a lot pleasing to the eye. After squinting her eyes, Lias spoke up. It feels pretty good. However, it also made me understand one thing. It seems that you are the one who solved the lost demon last night, Nangong Jun. Obviously, I've been lurking for so long, so what's the reason for the sudden move? When the voice fell, the Tachin kitten and Haim's Himajuno on the side stopped subconsciously. He also glanced over at Nangong Shuo. The reason? Against the eyes of the three of them, Nangong Shuo's tone did not change at all. Didn't I say it at the beginning? Maintaining style is my goal. It doesn't matter if it's a lost demon, or something else. I just made the corresponding punishment. Isn't it the same with classmate Rias? Is this really the reason? Lias couldn't help thinking. But looking at Nangong Shuo's serious gaze, listening to the clear voices, she suddenly didn't know what to ask. I understand. Nodded, Lias said slowly. But Nangong-san, haven't you thought about being reincarnated as a demon or angel? The power to maintain the morals will be stronger. Haha, classmate Lias thinks, I will take the initiative to handcuff myself to shackles. There was a hint of pride in Nangong Shuo's tone. As a traverser, there is a system close to him. How can it be possible to go back to be someone else's servant? Lias clearly understood this. However, what she understood was even more exaggerated. It's true. The tone of the red-haired girl suddenly showed a trace of deep admiration. If Feng Ji has a stand, how can it be maintained without prejudice? Mr. Nangong, I really admire your courage and courage. Reaching out her little white hand, Lias said with a smile. Let us get along well in the coming days. If anything happens, maybe I have to ask you to help. Perceiving the change in Ria's attitude, Nangang Shuo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How could his simple meaning be interpreted as such a magnificent meaning? It is worthy of the enterprise-level understanding of the pure-blooded noble demon. She shook hands with Lias, and then saw that there was still some time for the lunch break. Juno Himes Hima proposed to change into a swimsuit and play in the pool for a while. Talking and laughing, the class is approaching. They changed their clothes and went back to the class. After a few classes, the evening came in a blink of an eye. After packing up his things, Nangang Shuo went home. But at the moment he entered the door, he noticed something wrong. Enter someone else's house without permission. This kind of behavior violates discipline. Glancing upstairs, Nangang Shuo said lightly, "Don't plan to come out. The floor on the second floor, I don't want to get dirty." As soon as Nangang Shuo's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared from the second floor. See the conspicuous silver-haired, dark priest's uniform. A touch of disgust suddenly appeared in Nangang Shuo's eyes. Fried Saren. The lost priest under the fallen angel, what do you do in my house? Oh, you know me. It seems that the name of my demon killer is still very well known. With a crazy smile, Fry jumped down from the second floor. He held a sword hilt in his hand, and a silver spear in the other. Dressed up as a very standard exorcist. Nangang Shuo, a third-year student at Juwang Academy, right. You have a smelly devilish breath on your body. With a hum, a dazzling white light extended from the hilt. In an instant, it turned into a lightsaber-like appearance. Some red eyes fixed on Nangang Shuo, and Fried showed an expression of eagerness. I heard that you killed the superior lost demon who absconded. Taking my prey is not an encouraging behavior. If you are willing to kneel down now and become my master-freed slave, I might spare you. Chapter 20 Double Artifact. This is cheating. Hearing Fried's words, the eyes Nangang looked at him became even more disgusting. In the original work, this guy's words and deeds are extremely uncomfortable. I didn't need a few good words, and I was still jumping around in various places. Every time the villain gets involved, he has his place. As annoying as Xiaoqiang who can't die. Without any nonsense, Nangang Shuo's 5 fingers moved suddenly. Bind. When the voice fell, the air around Fried immediately fluctuated. The golden magic circle flashed by in the air, and the dark chains galloped out with a sound. Under the control of Nangang Shuo, the tip of the sky lock was aimed at the heart of the lost priest. In the blink of an eye, the chains flicked through the air like a snake. Being able to jump for so long in the original work, Fried's own strength is not weak. There is even the title of this genius exorcist. Feel the breath of the lock of the sky different from ordinary artifacts. He immediately backed up a few steps and raised the blazing light sword in his hand. Clang! The sword blades and chains intertwined, and there was a loud noise. To Nangang Shuo's surprise, the lock of heaven, which was originally like a broken bamboo, was temporarily blocked. It's so risky, I almost got caught. With a sharp smile, Fried quickly got out of the reach of the lock of heaven. Noting that the silver gun in his hand was smoking, Nangang Shuo's heart suddenly flashed through. Not only did you use a lightsaber to block the attack, but you also shot a bullet. It seems you are very good at fighting. Thanks for the compliment, but let's talk more about you. Fried's tone is very exaggerated, like a clown in a circus. Do you have any special habit of using a weapon like a chain? Wow, it's scary just thinking about it. You deserve to be from the same school as the devil. Even if you look handsome, you can't hide the ugliness in your heart. A series of sentences fell on Nangang Shuo's ears, and his head hurt a little because of the noise. The next second, his 5 fingers squeezed suddenly, and the lock of heaven shook again. Bind. A heavy word fell, and the golden spear tip rushed towards Fried. The pitch-black chain was chasing section by section in the air, and the blade at the end was shining with gold. From a distance, it looked like a wall of glittering gold in the dark, pressing over the sky and the earth. Use the same method for me a second time. It's a handsome guy, just self-confidence. Yin and Yang ridiculed strangely, and the muzzle in Fried's hand lit up with a crimson fire. Boom! 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 3 wind-breaking sounds sounded one after another, accurately hitting the lock of heaven. At the moment when the dark chains were slightly hindered, Fried stepped on the wall proficiently, trying to volley over the chains. The use of chain, a long-range weapon, has such a pristine magic power. Obviously it is a remote artifact. The quickest way to solve it is obviously to get close. Thinking quickly in his heart, Fried also clenched the lightsaber in his hand. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes, and his smile became a bit brighter. A person like you crying for mercy, I really want to see it. However, I don't intend to keep you alive. Talking rubbish without fear, Fried also looked at Nangong. But there was no panic on that handsome face. There was only a touch of indifference in the eyes. Immediately afterwards, a clean white light emerged in front of Nangong. In just a few seconds, it condensed into an ivory-like delicate western bow. 6-style heavy equipment lowering the magic bow, Huang Hualin. Another artifact? The moment he saw Huang Hualin, Fried showed a stunned look. Especially after perceiving that demon-like aura, a trace of panic flashed in his heart suddenly. The attack of the Lock of Heaven is just a cover. The real attack is this artifact that has been hidden in your hands. In the air, he has no way to adjust his figure. Perceiving this, Fried roared subconsciously. Hey, I haven't heard of the dual artifact. Isn't this cheating? Hearing Fried's words, Nangong heart did not fluctuate at all. This level of trash talk, as an old surfer, he has long been immune. Don't talk about arguing, give the other side a look, and he will lose. In the next moment, magical power poured out from Nangong fingertips. A quintessential blue light flashed across the air, quickly woven into a bowstring that was as white as snow. The slender and elegant arrows condensed in midair, pinched at the fingertips by Nangong. The point of the arrow, glowing with a little fluorescence, also aimed at Fried. There was no wave in his eyes, and Nangong fingertips trembled slightly. Snapped. The sound of the bowstring rebound is so crisp. The dazzling fluorescence is scattered, and it gallops away like a meteor. The wind and waves that were set off were like sharp blades, falling behind the arrows, erupting a sharp, piercing sound of wind. With a bang, the space in front of Nangong was distorted a bit. Chapter 21 Unexpectedly, this wave of me is in the atmosphere. As a lost priest, Fried has also experienced many battles. As soon as Huang Hualin attacked, he immediately noticed an unusual aura. When the arrow flashing with fluorescence came galloping, there was even a rare panic in Fried's heart. How could there be such a level of magic? What is going on with this artifact? Why can the shot arrows compress the magic to this point? If hit by such an attack, I am afraid that only dust will be left. The thoughts in his mind were flying, and for a moment, Fried seemed to have seen the tragic state of his death. The cold sweat stayed unconsciously, soaking his back. The original babble had stopped long ago. In the entire silent space, there was only the sharp and rushing sound of breaking wind. Minjian Daya, too. With a bang, Minjian Daya exploded suddenly. The white arrows were scattered in all directions. The quintessential magic power compressed to the extreme is like a missile ignited by a match. It broke out in a narrow space. The bright white light blurred the boundary line of the entire space. The squally wind whipped up by the sound waves came and knocked the furniture behind Nangong. The Lock of Heaven returned to him for the first time. The dark chains overlapped to form a wall, blocking the spitting fire and wind and waves. The exquisitely decorated house in front was blown into a huge gap by Mingyan Dia's tremendous power. Of course, for Nangongshuo, who has the golden rule X. This house is just like a toy. You can buy it if it is damaged. Will not produce a trace of distressed feeling. Fortunately, I didn't use so much magic power, otherwise the surrounding houses would also be blown up. Carrying the snow-white Huang Hualin, Nangongshuo walked slowly across the dust debris on the ground. He had clearly experienced battle, but his whole body was not clean, not even a trace of dust. The lock of the sky followed his feet like a pet, and the tip of the golden spear trembled slightly. The next second, Nangongshuo's movements stopped, and his gaze slowly shifted to the side. Huh? Are you still alive after a blow like this? Your vitality is really tenacious. I saw Fried Saren kneeling on the ground holding the Sword of Light. To be precise, it was half Fried Saren. Half of his body was blown into the air by the sound of the sound, and the silver spear didn't know where it was blown. On the bloody body, only one head is considered complete. Although I don't know what method he used to escape the fate of being bombed to pieces. But when he glanced at the wreckage, Nangongshuo suddenly lost all his curiosity. Bind. A light fluttering word fell. The lock of the sky behind Nangongshuo was like a hunting dog smelling a fishy smell, and it jumped out in an instant. The dark chains clashed like a death knell. Hearing the sound in his ears, Fried suddenly gritted his teeth, trying to avoid the blow. But the severe pain hit him instantly, and his face suddenly became distorted. Before he could act, the golden spear light penetrated his body. A dash. With a painful roar, Fried looked at Nangongshuo shiveringly. The frantic smile had already peeled off his face, and only cringing fear was left behind. Do not kill me. After dropping the Sword of Light, Fried tried his best to grasp the chain that had pierced his chest. The whole person is like a dog in the mourning family, embarrassed to the extreme. Me, I am also very strong. Can help you do a lot of things. Yes. By the way, have you hunted the lost demon? I am also very clear about the things on the fallen angel. You can ask me anything if you want to know. I say everything, please, please, don't kill me. Without any thoughts of resistance, Fried kept begging. But Nangongshuo's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. You seriously violated the morals. You deserve this punishment. Simply spit out these words, and gently waved the juvenile's distinct fingers. Kang. The dark chains tightened Fried's body. The crisp sound of broken bones rang one after another, and Fried's screams also fell in Nangongshuo's ears. In the middle of the night, your voice seems a bit too noisy. Although his villa is far away from the city, it is built in a place like a mountainside. But with such a big movement, some people may still notice the anomaly here. Frowning slightly, Nangongshuo clenched his fists. Resolve it quickly. As soon as the voice fell, Fried in front of him suddenly laughed hard. I'm just a step slower. Staring at Nangongshuo, he said word by word. If just the timing for me to avoid, then, a little bit faster. No lose to you. Nangongshuo said calmly when he met Fried's gaze indifferently. The kind of situation you said can't happen. If you avoid it completely, the lock of heaven runs through you. Besides, who told you this kind of attack? I can only release it once. This is just an ordinary attack by Huang Hualin. Chapter 22. I am very worried about my personal safety. The attack that Naruto Dia just released was already very powerful. If it is a middle-level demon, I am afraid that there is no chance to escape. Will be directly torn apart by that magical wind and wave. As a result, this kind of attack, you told me that it is not a nirvana, it is flat A? Can this operation be watched for free? Please keep it at home, don't use it casually, okay? For a while, Fried didn't feel the pain anymore. Opened his eyes and looked at Nangongshuo blankly, his heart was infinitely shocked. After several seconds, he was relieved and wanted to ask something. But at this moment, Fried felt lightened all over and fell heavily to the ground. At the moment when the lock of the sky was pulled away, the field of vision in front of him gradually went dark. The golden light flashed by Nangang Shuo's side. Then, the lock of the sky disappeared in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. The next second, the sound of the system rang. Get rewards, endless martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the description of the system reward was also transmitted to Nangang Shuo's mind. Intrinsic skills, endless martial arts. The holder can obtain unparalleled martial arts refinement, so that the mind, skill, and body are fully integrated. Without any spiritual influence, you can develop a powerful combat ability. Even in a violent state, it can still play its original skill. Seeing this, Nangang Shuo didn't show too much surprise. Mainly the skill is not very over-spec. It can only be said that it made up for his shortcomings in the use of other weapons. Of course, it also strengthened a part of the body. After thinking about it in his mind, Nangang Shuo's gaze turned to Fried on the ground. Just throwing it on the ground doesn't seem so good, right? Frowning slightly, he took out his phone and sent a message to Lias. After just a few minutes, a red magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. Two beautiful figures also appeared in front of Nangang Shuo's eyes. Ah, it's really a mess. Looking at the villa in ruins in front of him, Juno Haim Jima half covered her mouth, showing a look of surprise. Rias, who was on the side, looked at Fried on the ground. This is, the lost priest. Perceiving something wrong with her breath, her slender eyebrows wrinkled. This person has the breath of a fallen angel. Sorry, Nangang classmate. It should be that you walked too close to us, and you were targeted by some militant faction of fallen angels. Feeling Lia Ribbon's apologetic gaze, Nangang Shuo waved his hand indifferently. Leaving the lost priest will only disturb social morals. It's just right to find the door, and just solve it at will. But for the follow-up process, can I ask classmate Torias? Of course. Keep your head small, Lia said without hesitation. Turning her eyes to the destroyed house, she paused slightly. By the way, residence, or something. It's also very troublesome to find a hotel now. Why don't you live in my house first? Nangang Shuo was taken aback when she heard Lia's call. You live with Zunai and Kitty. I was a man living in suddenly, it doesn't look very good, right? Chairman Fengji, my thoughts are very pure. Rias was only suggesting it. But after seeing Nangang Shuo hesitate, she suddenly looked forward to seeing the other person panicking after living together. Squinting her eyes, Lia said bitterly. Nothing will happen, what is wrong? Perceiving the change in Lia's tone, Nangang Shuo raised an eyebrow. Nothing wrong. I'm worried about my personal safety. When the voice fell, Lia suddenly showed a speechless expression. Do not worry. Glancing at Nangang Shuo, she said with a hint of disgust. I won't do anything to you. I believe the kitten will be obedient. As for Zunai. Ah, Minister, I'm here. Haim Jimajuno's voice came over in due course. Seeing the smile on that little face, Lias made a decisive decision. You sleep with me tonight. Ah, that's really a pity. Soon, Rias and the others cleaned up the scene. 10 minutes later, the three of them walked into the villa of Jimongli's house. Nangong's room is on the far left of the second floor. Let's go to rest first. After confessing a few words, Lias was just about to leave, but suddenly stopped. I don't know what she thought of, she warned with frowning eyebrows. By the way, a lot of strange auras have appeared in Juwang Town recently. In addition to the lost demon and the lost priest, there is also the breath of fallen angels. Student Nangang, be careful. If there is any abnormality, you can send us a message at any time. Hearing what Ria said, Nangang Shuo's heart suddenly moved. There are a lot of strange breaths, including fallen angels. In an instant, the timeline of the original work appeared in his mind. Fried Saren has appeared, and a certain nun should be coming soon too. Chapter 23 The humanoid self-propelled reward is hanging up. Thinking in mind, Nangang Shuo didn't get too entangled. Well, I see, classmate Lias. After a simple response, Nangang Shuo went back to the room to rest. Early the next morning, a knock on the door fell in his ears. Opening the door, I saw a small and slender figure standing outside the door. Really, Senior Nangang? The amber eyes widened slightly, and there was a rare surprise on the delicate face of the Tachan kitten. Ah, I said I didn't lie to you. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Himes Himajuno also appeared at the door. Looking at Nangang Shuo with smiling purple eyes, she nodded gracefully. Good morning, classmate Nangang. Breakfast is ready, do you want to have it together? Did Cat do it? Perceiving Nangang Shuo's sight, the silver-haired girl was taken aback. For a moment, she felt regretful for some reason, not knowing why. If I knew it, I won't sleep in bed, and got up to make breakfast. This thought just flashed through her mind, and the next second, Juno Himes Hima on the side spoke. Ah, sorry, I did it this time. Then I would even like to taste how classmate Zunai's craftsmanship is. Cat classmate, come downstairs with us. Okay, all right. While talking, a group of people walked to the living room. I saw Laya sitting at the table, sipping black tea. After saying hello, everyone sat down together. I have to say that Juno Himeshima's craftsmanship is also very good. The breakfast was laid out on the table, and the fragrance was tangy, which made people drool a bit just looking at it. Well, it tastes very good. After tasting a bite, Nangang Shuo couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, Zunai's craftsmanship is so good. Ah, thanks for the compliment. Junao Himes Hima said with a smile. But neither of them noticed, the Tachan kitten on the side suddenly froze. Senior Nangang, senior sister Zunai's cooking is delicious, right? Yes. After giving an affirmative answer, Nangang Shuo suddenly felt cold. Looking up, Tachan kitten looked at his sight. There was a vague feeling of resentment. What's the situation? Did he say something wrong? Nangang Shuo was a little confused in an instant. But when he took a closer look, the silver-haired girl had already lowered her head. It's just that the action of eating suddenly became a little aggressive. After breakfast, the group came to the school. As the chairman of Fengji, Nangang Shuo naturally came to the school gate with his armband, just like before. Good morning, Mr. Nangang. A few minutes later, a nice female voice fell in his ears. Shishi Kangna walked slowly, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth as always. I heard that you came with Rias and the others this morning. Did something happen? It has been resolved, so there is no need to worry about President Kangna. Really? If you have any trouble, you are always welcome to come to me. Pushing the glasses, Drakang Nahu pointedly said. It seems that Lias has already communicated with her about many things. After Nangang Shuo replied politely, he didn't get too entangled with Kangna, and soon left. At this moment, Nangang Shuo's eyes suddenly stopped. I saw a very familiar figure among the people going to school. But unlike before, there was a breath of divine weapon surging in this person's body. Hayato Issei? Nangang Shuo was taken aback for a moment. He always thought that the other party did not exist in this timeline. Unexpectedly, I met at this time. It's a coincidence. Thinking in mind, the corner of Nangang Shuo's mouth suddenly raised a smile. As a man who possessed the Chiryu Emperor, he was still full of European style. Hayato Issei is a perfect match to follow the Fengji system. In the original work, the other party's violations of discipline can be said to be countless. For Nangongshuo, Hayato Issei is a proper humanoid self-propelled brush reward machine. In an instant, Nangongshuo's mind flashed various thoughts of fishing law enforcement. It's a pity that there are too many people in the morning. Even if Hayato Issei has any ideas, he can't show it. After watching the other party walk into the school, Nangongshuo averted his attention. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the lunch break. Nangongshuo walked straight out of the classroom and wandered around the school. After a while, he heard several familiar voices. Hee, Yuchen, don't be stunned. The place I will take you to next is a paradise on earth. Matsuda, Motohama, what are you guys selling? My precious lunch break is used to send messages to Shima. Shut up, Ise. I don't want to hear your relationship sour and smelly every day. It's the right thing to come with me now. I will surely surprise you with a nosebleed. Chapter 24. Honestly, every time you arrest someone, you have you. Familiar conversation fell to Nangongshuo's ears. Obviously, Hayato Issei and his two damaging friends are ahead. Taking steps unhurriedly, Nangongshuo walked up to the three of them. I saw these guys lying on the wall all together, seeming to be peeking at something. I have to say that these three are very focused on strange aspects. Even the individual who was standing beside him didn't notice it. Oh. Something seems to be happening. At this moment, Matsuda was suddenly excited. I heard footsteps. Yuen Hama's entire face was pressed hard against the wall. There was a deep desire in his voice. Such a light and lovely voice. She must be a lowly-like girl. You two guys get out of the way and let me have a look. Hayato Issei was depressed and almost mad. Otherwise, what is the point of bringing me here? Nangongshuo smiled slightly when seeing the scene of three people fighting for me. Footsteps. Are you talking about me? When the voice fell, the three people who were still arguing just now fell into silence in an instant. After a few long seconds, they turned their heads tremblingly. Feng, Chairman Fengji. Seeing Nangongshuo, Hayato Issei suddenly showed a finished expression. Motohama and Matsuda on the side also looked like crying without tears. What are you looking at? Speaking in a gentle spring breeze, Nangongshuo's gaze also looked towards the wall. I saw a small hole on it. With intrinsic skills, clairvoyance. He could clearly see that it was the same room as the dressing room inside. It is self-evident what exactly these three people want to do. Nangong Fengji is long. I was actually coerced. In the next second, Matsuda didn't know what he thought of, and said righteously. What girl's locker room? Am I the one who can watch this kind of thing? It's all Motohama who insists on me coming. What nonsense are you talking about? With a face full of consternation, his mouth grew wide, and Motohama looked at Hayato Issei with a sharp spirit. I'm sorry, brother. He said silently in his heart, and he quickly followed. What are you doing here? I actually don't know. Both, Ise was the one who asked me to come. Unexpectedly, I was actually doing this kind of thing. As a good friend of Ise, I am ashamed, and I am heartbroken. Nangong Fengji Chang, just tell him how to punish him. No matter what the punishment is, I agree with 100%. Seeing the speed of the two friends shaking the pot, Hayato Ise was stunned. In the next second, 2 lines of clear tears suddenly flowed over his face. You two. Dare to treat me like this? My fragile and pure heart. Yes, but I was trampled on by you. Hayato-san, please calm down. Seeing that the few people seemed to be endless, Nangongshuo immediately interrupted Hayato Issei. In an instant, the three of them didn't say a word, and looked at them helplessly. I remember, Every time you violate the discipline, right? It's all related to girls. Touching his chin, Nangang Shuo said with a smile. Repeated violations of discipline, but also bad circumstance. I will fine you guys to clean the men's room for 3 months. The whole school. After a few short words fell, the three people in front of them showed unbelievable gazes. Even trembling all over. Men's room. Damn it, why is it a men's room? What's so good about those things? Even if we need to clean, let us go to the women's bathroom, please. Or, the toilets on both sides can be cleaned. A series of protests fell on Nangang Shuo's ears. His eyes suddenly became very speechless. I didn't expect these three guys to be so shameless. Even if you don't feel embarrassed when cleaning the toilet, you still want to clean the women's toilet. No, as a member of the discipline committee, he must not let these guys out to do harm to the world. Making up his mind, Nangang Shuo continued in a demon-like tone. 3 months seems to be not enough for you. 5 months, by the way, you are also responsible for disposing of the garbage in the whole school. As soon as these words came out, the three people in front of them were stunned for an instant. Juwang Academy is huge. Responsible for the school's garbage, when will it be cleaned up? Don't talk about watching the passing beauties. Maybe even the time to go home to look through some kind of learning materials is gone. For them, this is crueler than any punishment. In an instant, Matsuda and Motohama showed painful expressions. A few tears slipped from his face. No. No. At this moment, Hayato Kazuma suddenly said with some excitement. Chairman Nangang, can the punishment be reduced? In the next few days, I will go out on a date with Shima. She is the girlfriend I have finally made, and I really want to cherish it. Please. Chapter 25 The flag is here, can't stop it? The look in Hayato Issei's eyes was called sincere. Nangang Shuo smiled slightly, and Kuoh said without a word. No, you accept the punishment honestly. What? With a look of grief struck by thunder, Hayato Issei's whole person is not well. Seeing this, Matsuda and Motohama comforted. Well Yuchin, there is more than one date. Yeah, 5 months later, we will be good guys again. But what if Shima can't wait and changes her heart? That's not better, let her choose me. You guy, I should choose me. Since they were going to be punished, the three of them were not too entangled. Soon he returned to his usual appearance, and left with a slapstick. The next second, Nangang Shuo's ears suddenly sounded a crisp system tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. Get rewards, breath block. Seeing this reward, Nangang Shuo's eyes became a little weird. Why did he just punish peeking at the trio, and there was a breath-cutting reward? He felt that the system seemed to be suggesting something. It's not a serious system at first sight? I thought silently, and then, the information about the reward was also transmitted. Intrinsic skills, breath masks A+. The holder can completely cut off the breath without being noticed by the enemy. But when attacking, he will be exposed. It is the same skill effect as Nangang Shuo remembers. However, in the world view of high school, there are too many powerful people. The top demon, or other more powerful existence, should still be able to detect a few breaths. It's just that he can't accurately capture his location. With inexhaustible magic power, the first time to get the breath to block. Nangang Shuo naturally used the skills. In an instant, the fluctuation of his magical power almost returned to nothingness. His own sense of existence has also dropped to a very low level. If at this time he did something illegal, I am afraid that even Rias and others can't detect it. Realizing this, Nangang Shuo's mood suddenly became a little subtle. Huang Hualin, Master Ping A, plus breath mask. How do you feel that his development direction is getting more and more in the direction of LYB? Other people's crossing is Kai Wushuan, he is better, aiming to assassinate Chi and live. At first glance, it is an old assassin player. Shaking his head, Nangang Shuo didn't get too entangled in this matter either. After all, the saying goes well, no matter black cat or white cat, it is a good cat if you catch a mouse. In a blink of an eye, time came to school time. The house has been settled, and I won't go back with you tonight. Nangang Shuo spoke up after getting through the phone with Rias. Is it so fast? There was a hint of surprise in Lia's voice. Classmate Nangang is really. It seemed that it was open, and Chana Heimjima's voice came over. Sometimes, it's okay to have less mobility. It doesn't matter if you want to be a guest. A few seconds later, Tachin Kitten's inadvertent words also floated over. It's very impolite to live in a girl's house all the time. Hearing what they said, Nangang Shuo couldn't help but smile. My newly bought villa is also very spacious. If there is a chance, you are always welcome to come as guests. That's a deal. As if afraid that he would repent, Tachin Kitten's voice came over immediately. It seems that I need to think about souvenirs. There was a new shop some time ago, why don't we go shopping together? My pleasure. Then Mr. Nangang, I'll hang up first. Putting away the phone, Nangang Shuo walked towards his new home. A plan also slowly surfaced in his heart. While thinking deeply, a strange breath of fallen angels suddenly spread over him. Is anyone else messing up? Mumbling in his mouth, Nangang Shuo walked towards the direction of the breath. With the presence of breath blocking, he passed through the crowd like a ghost. Soon I came to a remote and quiet place. Wow! The sound of water flows clearly into the ears. In the air, a strong smell of blood surged. Several black feathers were falling on the scorched floor. Is it solved so easily? A nice voice with a trace of contempt fell on Nangang Shuo's ear. What else has a powerful artifact? It's just a waste of my time. Standing beside the fountain silently, Nangang Shuo's eyes also looked up to the ground. The one lying there was Hyudu Issei, who had met during the day. This guy probably handed the punishment content to Matsuda and Motohama temporarily. Secretly ran out for a date by yourself. At this moment, his heart has long been penetrated. The eyes have also completely lost their highlights. Seeing this scene, Nangang Shuo couldn't help being speechless. Let this guy have to come out on a date to show affection. Now it's alright, just kill yourself Tushiu. This operation is really powerful enough. Chapter 26. This is the male lead sacrificing to the sky, the mana is boundless. Even though the spear of light penetrated his body, there was no magic circle around Hyudu Issei. Probably after the timeline was changed, this guy didn't get the summoning array at all. It's good now, it's completely cold. Nangang Shuo was thinking about it, and Linali on the side finally moved. Putting it here will attract the attention of those demons. Take care of it a little bit. A blazing white light shone again in the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, she threw the spear of light at Hyudu Issei. In an instant, there was only a pile of residue on the ground. After all this last night, Linali raised her jet black wings and planned to leave. Seeing this scene, Nangang Shuo released a little magical aura. It's really merciless. He walked to Linali and said calmly. Actually, this guy's body is boarded with the goddess, the cage hand of Emperor Ilang. If you want to take away other people's artifacts, he is more suitable than the smile of the Virgin. Hearing Nangang Shuo's words, Linali suddenly showed a look of astonishment. She has clearly investigated the neighborhood specially, there shouldn't be any fluctuations in magic power. Where did the person in front of you come from? Her face changed, her 5 fingers closed in an instant, and a flash of golden light also lit up. It's very clear to my plan. Are you from the devil's side or the angel's side? Hee, breath masking is very good. Would you like to try to come to work under me? I will give you the greatest satisfaction. Looking at Nangang Shuo with a smile, Lena Li's movements did not seem to relax her vigilance. The direction of the spear of light was always aimed at Nangang Shuo. For this stranger who suddenly appeared, still unsure of his strength, she is still very alert. Hearing Lena Li's words, Nangang Shuo's heart was almost unwavering. They all have the golden rule X, there is something in the world that he absolutely can't get. If the demon realm could buy it with money, he would already be a demon king. Lena Li, do you know that it is a very wrong act to kill at the first word? With a light wave of his hand, a pale golden magic circle immediately lit up beside Nangang Shuo. The lock of the sky got out immediately, trembling slightly in the air. Perceiving that unusual breath of artifact, Lena Li's face suddenly turned pale. To be able to drive this kind of artifact, the opponent's level is definitely much higher than her. If you fight, you are definitely not an opponent. After thinking about it for a moment, the spear of light in Lena Li's hand slowly dissipated. In the next second, she suddenly showed a pitiful look. The expression of the whole person has become like a little girl, looking pure and innocent. This kind of behavior is wrong, and I am also very clear. Blinking her eyes, she whispered. But I'm just a very weak fallen angel. The people above asked me to do this. I can't resist, I am also one of the victims. Hearing Lena Li's words, Nangang Shuo suddenly became a little speechless. Did this guy graduate from acting school? How come you suddenly entered the scene? Azazel must be very depressed. Just let you see the situation. As a result, the host of Shenmigo was just killed by you. You got into a scapegoat. Tisk tusk tusk, your violation of discipline is really a bit too much. A few simple words fell in Lena Li's ears. She was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed in her heart. How can this person in front of me know more than himself? Just thinking about it, Nangang Shuo's next sentence came over. Also, your time as a fallen angel is not short. At this age, don't try to pretend to be tender. It seems to be against the peace. Nangang Shuo's tone is very gentle and calm. At first glance, it seems to make sense. But every sentence in it was a crit on Lena Li. Pretending to be tender? Violation. The dark wings shook suddenly, and her eyes suddenly became a bit fierce. You talk a lot. The spear of light instantly condensed in the palm of his hand, and Lena Li's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Next, let you be quiet. At the same time as the words fell in his ears, the breath of the fallen angel had already arrived behind Nangang Shuo. The hot hero's eye spear also aimed at the back of his head. Huh? For lower-level fallen angels, your speed is very fast. There was no change in his voice, and Nangang Shuo's thoughts moved slightly. With a loud sound, the locks of the sky gathered in an instant, and the dark chains were tangled together. Lena Li's spear of light just came out, it was crushed into countless pieces. Is it so easy to be guarded? Seeing this scene, Lena Li suddenly frowned. Especially when I noticed Nangang Shuo's unchanging eyes. There was a panic in her heart. Something's wrong, there is no killing intent on this guy. Raising her wings quickly, Lena Li lost the thought of attacking, and quickly retreated to a far place. Block my attack so easily, you can solve me easily. If you haven't done it yet, what do you want to do? Chapter 27. Have you heard of the transformation of style? Lena Li's intuition for maliciousness is still very accurate. At this moment, Nangang Shuo really didn't have much intention to kill her. Hearing what the other party said, he waved his hand slightly. In an instant, the lock of the sky burst out like lightning. Unexpectedly, the other party would suddenly do something, and the wings behind Lena Li shook quickly. But she is such a small demon, How can she have the fast speed of the lock of the sky? Before he moved a few centimeters, the dark chains entangled like a spider. She was immediately tied up and sturdy. Let alone break free, struggle is hard to manage. The wings of the fallen angel clung to the back. Her figure in the air crooked and hit the ground with a bang. It hurts. Her face twisted a bit. Lena Lee gave Nangong Shuo angrily. It's a terrible man who is so rude to girls. While speaking, she was also trying to mobilize magic power. But the next second, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. The magic cannot be mobilized. How could there be such a thing? Feeling the almost stagnant magical aura in her body, Lena Lee was stunned. She has seen many weird artifacts. But like this, from the root cause, it stops the magic from running. It's really the first time. For a while, even the thought of resisting was shocked. He was working desperately all over his body, trying to mobilize even a trace of magic. But no matter what method she uses, the magic is motionless. What kind of artifact is this in the end? Can actually suppress the flow of magic? Could it be that the person in front of me is also the owner of the goddess? Perceiving something wrong with her body, Lena Lee looked at Nangong Shuo in a daze. If you lose your magic power, whether it is a fallen angel or a demon, it will become almost like an ordinary person, he said with emotion, and in the next second, Nangong Shuo raised his hand. Upon seeing this, Lena Lee's eyes suddenly became a little frightened. Is this person intending to deprive her of other things? Is it perception? Life? Still the soul? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Nangong Shuo hadn't started yet. Lena Lee was already scared with a cold sweat on her face. In the next second, the lock of the sky trembled slightly, and suddenly tightened the wings behind her. What are you going to do? With a jitter in her heart, Lena Lee struggled subconsciously. But she who has no magic power is no different from ordinary people who are stronger. After tossing for a long time, he bounced on the ground twice, but he was even more embarrassed. It's better to suggest that you don't move. Nangong Shuo's clear and pleasant voice fell in his ears. To Lena Lee, she was even more terrifying than the devil, and she couldn't help shaking. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly passed over. Ho! Opening her eyes wide, Lena Lee instantly showed an expression of great pain. Behind her, the lock of the sky penetrated the wings of the dark fallen angel without hesitation. The chains creaked, pulling back like a tiger. In an instant, the roots of the wings were torn open by a huge gap. Please, no, don't be like this. Struggling painfully on the ground, Lena Lee begged for mercy in a series. I shouldn't kill people indiscriminately. Those things, I shouldn't do it. Sorry, I shouldn't be thinking about attacking you, Ignoring Lena Lee's begging for mercy, Nangong Shuo waved his 5 fingers again. The movement of the lock of the sky became a bit fierce in an instant. Stabbed. Scarlet blood splashed all over the ground, staining the ground with bright colors. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the heavy wings hit the ground fiercely. The dark feathers fell like snow. In the next second, the golden spear shook slightly, and the lock of the sky pulled away from the wings. Like the hound that had completed the task, it was covered with blood and returned to Nangong Shuo's side ticking. Along the way, countless blood spots were left, which looked quite terrifying. The pain of forcibly pulling out the wings is obviously not something ordinary people can bear. At the moment when the wings fell off, Lena Lee's expression instantly distorted to a terrifying appearance. Her spirit also collapsed somewhat. Why do you treat me this way? She kept stroking her back, she asked hoarsely. The tearful eyes were also filled with bitter hatred. As a fallen angel, I don't even have wings. What else do I need to exist? Why can't you just kill me? Hearing what Lena Lee said, Nangong Shuo didn't react too much. For someone else, his methods may not be so extreme. But the fallen angel in front of him was acting and attacking. A lot of things have been done in the original work, and the artifact and life of Asia have been taken away. He really doesn't like this one. Compared to death, other punishments are more suitable for the opponent. Linally, you still have a lot to make up for, right? Let you start with the most basic style transformation. From tomorrow, you will go to the street every day to help the elderly cross the road. The goal is tentatively set to 10,000 people. Chapter 28, It's nothing, I'm just afraid of me. Discipline transformation? Help the old man to cross the road. I heard a sentence from Nangong Shuo. Lena Li was stunned. What kind of punishment is this? It's better to kill her with a sword. Besides, this goal is still 10,000 people. There are only so many people in Juwang town, and when will she help them? The person in front of you is the devil. For a moment, Lena Li's heart even had doubts about her life. Even the pain behind the back seemed very unreal. Fortunately, the next second, Nangong Shuo's voice immediately rang. Student Lias, you are here. After recovering, Lena Li looked forward with blank eyes. I saw a bright red magic circle emerging. What followed was a powerful superior demon aura. Mr. Nangong, what's the situation? Seeing Lena Li's miserable situation, Lias showed a surprised expression. Ah, it's really a miserable scene. Noting the wings that had been pulled out, Shanaheim Jima smiled and covered her small mouth. But in the beautiful purple eyes, there was a feeling of enthusiasm and excitement. Is a strange fallen angel. With a slightly frowned eyebrow, Tachin Kitten summed up the key points. Senior Nangong, did she attack you? Hearing the words of Tachin Kitty, Lias's magic power flowed slowly. If that's the case, there is no need to keep it, right? Her voice suddenly became a little cold. If Nangong Jun doesn't want to do it, I will do it. Lias, calm down. Her target is not me, but a student at the school. However, it has been solved by her and can't be saved. Upon seeing this, Nangong Shuo said somewhat dumbfounded. This person, I have already given her the necessary punishment. I'm asking you to come here because I ask you to take care of it for me. Looking at Lena Li, Nangong Shuo smiled slightly. The first step in the transformation of style and discipline is to be an honest person and do things seriously. Accept the punishment well and don't trouble Rias and the others. Understood, Lena Li. Hearing Nangong Shuo's voice, Lena Li's body shook suddenly. At this moment, she wanted to breathe fragrance very much. But he felt the powerful aura of superior demon, and the cold sight. And the sharp pain behind it? She lowered her head suddenly, and silently retracted her gaze. Forget it, forbearance for a while, and take a step back. Isn't it the old man and the old lady? Help, she can help. I see. Lena Li gritted her teeth and said unwillingly. That's right. I hope you can become a fallen angel who abides by the law and loves society as soon as possible. Hear the conversation between Nangong Shuo and Lena Li. Rias and the others on the side suddenly looked strange. Fallen angels who obey the law and love society? Is it still a fallen angel? Angel is about it? But when the line of sight silently swept across the mess on the ground. In their hearts, they couldn't help thinking about the usual things. They usually seem to be very violent too. From time to time there will be blood. Is this a violation of morals? People lying on the ground will not become them one day. Thinking silently in her heart, Ria suddenly trembled all over. A few seconds later, she coughed and said quickly. Mr. Nangong, we usually protect the peace of Juwang town. Basically it will not cause harm to innocent passers-by. Many dangerous lost demons, lost priests. It was all solved by us. Of course, it's the same on Kang's side. Hearing what Ria said, Nangang Shuo suddenly became a little confused. I know all these things. What happened suddenly? Nothing, just want to say it again. Lia said with a smile. Just a little worried about their own safety. It's just an expression of our determination to maintain our morals. Naturally, she would not say such words. How do you feel that there is something wrong with the eyes of this group of people looking at me? Looking at the trio of Ria suspiciously, Nangang Shuo didn't get too entangled. Handing over the follow-up treatment of Lena Li to them, she left on her own. After his figure completely disappeared from the field of vision, Lia suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. I can't feel the breath of magic, but I'm still a little scared. She couldn't help laughing wryly. The strength of Senior Nangang is terrible. Unknown emotions flashed in the amber eyes. Tachin Kitty said simply. I'm a little bit interested. Seeing Reneri's wings removed, Juno Jima showed a slightly fanatical expression. It turns out that Lord Nangang would do such a thing in order to maintain morals. I don't know how I will be punished when I violate the morals. Chapter 29 Strange Attributes Added. The character of Juno Jima is already very shaky. But the moment she saw Lena Li's situation, what she felt was not the regret of not being able to do it herself, but a touch of excitement and excitement. The places that have been photographed by the paddle before are a little hot. An inexplicable emotion also slowly rose from her heart. Could it be that I have awakened some strange attributes? Realizing that there was something wrong with him, Juno Jima couldn't help thinking. Zunai, you better not do anything to Lord Nangang. She seemed to have sensed Jima Juno's thoughts, and Ria spoke. His strength is not something we can shake at this stage. I understand what Minister Lias said. His eyes narrowed, and Chanaheim's Hima said with a smile. Okay, let's deal with the scene first. This poor fallen angel lady also needs to be settled. Just as Lias and others dealt with it, Nangang Shuo had already walked out of the park. Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. The next second, the system prompt sounded loudly. Get rewards, 12 trials. Seeing this reward, Nangang Shuo suddenly showed an unexpected look. This treasure is awesome. Although the grade is only B+, it is very functional. The first is the neutralization of the attack. And all the treasure attacks below the B level will be neutralized. Regardless of whether it is a physical attack or a magical attack, it is equally invalid. Because the world of Xingyu is still higher than the world of high school. Therefore, in high school, all attacks equal to the higher level demons will not cause him damage. Not only that, the 12 trials itself will also give the holder 11 additional lives. With the supply of mana, the number of resurrections will be automatically restored. However, in the face of an overly powerful attack, it may consume several lives at once. At first glance, the 11 lives seemed a bit insufficient. But the last effect of the 12 trials is to make up for this shortcoming. That is the so-called additional resistance. Even with what a powerful treasure to defeat the holder. After the resurrection, the attack of this treasure will be nullified. With this effect, in a way, Nangang Shuo is simply invincible. If you die once, an additional attack is invalid. If things go on like this, he is simply a collection of people hanging on the wall. Thinking of this, Nangang Shuo's mouth couldn't help but lift a smile. The attack is ineffective, 11 lives, and additional resistance move towards that one. Now as long as you don't meet the Great Red level, fighting is not a problem. Soon, Nangang Shuo returned home. The next day is a Saturday and Sunday, so there is no need to go to school. After a long sleep, Nangang Shuo walked out of the house. What a coincidence. Not a few steps away, a nice voice suddenly rang. Looking up, I saw Juno Jima standing on the side of the road. She is wearing a private dress today, a simple sling t-shirt with a light blue dress. She was wearing a jacket outside, and her figure became more slender. She was holding a sun umbrella in her little white hand. The whole person looks elegant and moving, like a princess running away. Student Zunai, why are you here? Nangongshuo raised an eyebrow. Ah, I didn't use some strange methods. As if aware of Nangongshuo's thoughts, Shunai Himeshima said with a smile. It's just accident, accident. By the way, Lord Nangong hasn't eaten yet, right? Why don't we be together? Although he didn't stay in the high school for long, he was a pure celestial being. Nangongshuo has long missed all kinds of celestial delicacies. So when he heard Himeshima Juno's words, he spoke subconsciously. Sure, but curry pasta sandwiches or something, I don't want to eat it for the time being. Does Zunai know where to sell hot dry noodles with fried dough sticks and soy milk? Allah! Utiao? What is that? After staying in Juwang Town for so long, she had never heard of this kind of food. Is it greasy noodles? Hot dry noodles are also very strange names. Is it some kind of strange fried noodles? The smile stiffened for a moment, and Himeshima Juno blinked slowly. Soy milk, is it soy milk? I know where to sell this. Hearing this answer, Nangongshuo was not surprised. After all, things that the author didn't set out can't suddenly appear in this world. Sure enough, there are not many things in Juwang Town. Forget it, Zunai, you go to dinner first. I just buy a cup of soy milk. Seeing Nangongshuo without hesitation, he turned around and walked into the convenience store. The corners of Himeshima Juno's mouth twitched suddenly. It's too much to not even look back. What is the meaning of her dress? Just a cup of soy milk, is it more attractive than her? There was a rare sense of depression in his heart, and the smile of Himeshima Juno gradually disappeared. Ah, I came here on purpose. But there is no gain. Putting away the sun umbrella, she said lightly. Are you going to start with cooking? She didn't know what she thought of, her eyes lit up slightly. Do you use food to lure prey? Haha, it's also a good choice. Mr. Nangong, just look forward to it. Chapter 30 Sister, I heard that you also have faith? Naturally, Nangongshuo would not have thought of it. His casual words gave Juno Himeshima a strange direction of endeavor. I just solved the meal problem at a convenience store, and I'm planning to leave. A familiar figure suddenly walked in. She was wearing an oversized nun's dress, and she was pulling a heavy suitcase with her fair and slender wrists. People can't help but worry about whether those hands and wrists will be broken. The white headscarf was covering the long golden hair, fluttering slightly. Asia Aquado. Seeing this dress that was incompatible with the surroundings, Nangongshuo's name immediately came to mind. In the next second, the blonde nun walked to the clerk. Hello. I'm a new nun. Do you know where the church is? Speaking stumblingly in Japanese, Asia explained her meaning with a distressed expression on her face. Excuse me, can you speak a little louder? The clerk was taken aback for a moment, and said politely. That is. Asia's face blushed slightly. After that, she didn't know what she thought of, and she spoke a series of fluent English. The young lady who listened to the clerk was even more confused. Seeing this scene, Nangongshuo walked over without hesitation. Church? You are the new nun, Asia Arcado. Huh? Yes. Turning her head hurriedly, Asia bowed quickly. When she raised her head, she was taken aback when she saw Nangongshuo. The boy in front of him has a handsome face and outstanding temperament. For a moment, Asia thought she was in a church. In front of him was the carved statue of God, and the breath of divinity came to his face. You. She said dreamily. Are you the priest in charge of receiving me? It's not very convenient here, let's come out and talk. Good. After walking out of the convenience store with Asia, Nangong Shuo introduced himself. So, didn't you come to meet my priest? Asia's eyes were disappointed for a moment. Yes, nor is it. With a slight smile, Nangong Shuo said solemnly. I believe in the sect of Feng Ji Shen. Feng Ji Shen? Huh. Is there any sect like that? Hearing what Nangong Shuo said, Asia was stunned. As an orphan adopted by the church since childhood, she is still very familiar with various sects. She really hadn't heard of this so-called Feng Ji Shen. Without tangling too much, Asia nodded obediently. Then Mr. Nangong is a priest of morality. You could put it that way. Nangong Shuo accepted the statement without changing his face. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. Go up the road and you will be the church in Juwang Town. However, Miss Asia, I have to remind you. The atmosphere here is very weird, I'm afraid, it's been occupied by other things a long time ago. It's better for you to be more careful. Other things. There was a trace of fear in the blonde girl's eyes. Father, what do you mean? Like a bad demon, fallen angel, this sort of thing. Hearing Nangong Shuo's answer, Asia couldn't help swallowing. Just about to speak, the door of the church suddenly opened. Is it Sister Asia? Alas. Shaking all over, Asia was so scared that she strode and hid beside Nangong Shuo. Like a small animal, half of his eyes were pitifully exposed. Yes, it's me. You, are you? The door opened with a creak, and the man in the black robe showed half of his pale face. I am a member of the church, come to meet your priest. Well, Sister Asia, come in quickly. Me. A trace of ominous feeling passed through my heart. For the first time in her life, Asia did not want to step into the church at all. After hesitating for a long time, she said suddenly. Sorry, Mr. Father, wait a moment for me. Immediately afterwards, she took Nangong Shuo and quickly walked to the side. Master Priest, what you said is right. This church is filled with ominous atmosphere. Nangong Shuo's face did not change at all when he heard Asia's words. They are all occupied by fallen angels, so there is an ominous atmosphere everywhere. Miss Nun, what are you going to do? Asia looked at the door of the church with some trepidation. Her intuition about danger is still very accurate. Without hesitation, she tugged Nangong Shuo's sleeve and carefully said to the priest. Sorry, I seem to have found the wrong place. Let me go back and check it. Ming, see you tomorrow. With that said, Asia pulled Nangong Shuo and was about to go down. But at this moment, the door of the church opened dramatically. The black robe was suddenly lifted, and a person wearing a long trench coat and a top hat suddenly appeared in front of the two. His face was very pale, and his eyes were a little red. Then, a pair of black wings suddenly spread out behind him. With a sneer, he said in a disdainful tone. I said, even this idiot would not be so defensive. Caravana, Midier, you are too cautious. Chapter 31, The breath is blocked, and the god will always be dripping. Seeing those black wings, Nangong Shuo didn't have the slightest surprise. Although Lina Li and Fred have been solved by him. But the church in Juwang Town is still the territory of fallen angels. As expected, the man in front of him should be one of Lina Li's men, Donahik. Hearing his words, the trees on both sides of the church suddenly rustled. Really, it's so clumsy even to deceive people, as expected to be Donahik. A lovely lowly sound rang. Immediately afterwards, the jet black feathers drifted down slowly. The petite fallen angel appeared beside Donahik. She wears golden ponytails and a gothic lowly-like outfit. Midier, you can do it? Donahik replied coldly. Before Midilt could answer, another blue-haired fallen angel beside him spoke up. Just her body type? Ha ha, don't make me laugh. Hearing this, Mydild suddenly exploded. Caravana, you have the ability to say it again. Not that interested. Seeing the scene before her eyes, Asia was even more frightened. Teach, how can fallen angels appear in the church? Is it the same as the priest said, this place is already occupied by evil existence? Feeling cold, she suddenly tightened Nangongshuo's sleeves. That, she whispered as calmly as possible. Master Priest, let's run away. Pulling Nangongshuo back, Asia's body, intentionally or unintentionally, stood in front of him. Obviously it was the first time we met, but the blonde girl still looked like she wanted to protect him as best she could. Noting this, Nangongshuo's heart suddenly warmed. In the next second, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Asia back. Be careful. As the voice fell, a golden light flashed across. Asia could only feel a scorching temperature passing by her side. Afterwards, the land in front of him was burnt with black marks. A pungent smell also came over. This is. The whole person stayed in place, and Asia's voice tremblingly said. It's the Spear of Light, one of the attack methods of the fallen angel. Without a trace of panic, Nangongshuo even explained it. It seems that if these fallen angels are not resolved today, we will not be able to leave. Hearing Nangongshuo's calm tone, Mydild suddenly looked over. A hint of surprise flashed in his azure blue eyes. Huh? You're just an ordinary person without any magic fluctuations, right? Seeing such a scene, don't you feel any fear? Hee, it's really interesting. Stop talking nonsense, solve him and take the nun away. Caravana said coldly. I know, you are really long-winded. With a smile on his little face, Mydild clenched his fingers without hesitation. In the next second, the bright golden light condensed in the heart of her hand. The Spear of Light took shape again, aiming at Nangongshuo and Asia. The same goes for Donahik and Caravana on the side. Seeing this scene, Asia suddenly became nervous. No, do not want. She stood in front of Nangongshuo, her tone of voice became hurried. I'll just go with you. Don't shoot against Mr. Nangongshuo. Hearing what Aisha said, Mydild didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly smiled wickedly. Sure. If you come here obediently, I won't do anything to him. Really? A look of expectation suddenly appeared in Asia's emerald eyes. Seeing Meteor nodded, she couldn't help but move. Then I. But before Asia could finish speaking, Nangongshuo interrupted her. Calm down, Sister Asia. I will solve it. When the voice fell, the fallen angels in front of them showed expressions of disdain more or less. The human being in front of him has no magical fluctuations at all. At first glance, he is an ordinary person. Let alone solve them, I am afraid that even the smallest wounds will not be created. With this thought, the three of Meteor did not even hesitate. Without hesitation, he raised his wrist, wanting to throw the Spear of Light. But at this moment, Mydild's face suddenly changed. Caravana, step back. She yelled without thinking, and the wings behind her suddenly shook. The Spear of Light in his hand dissipated in an instant, and Meteor withdrew more than 10 meters back in the blink of an eye. At almost the same time, the space she was in fluctuated dramatically. The golden magic circle opened one after another, and a chain of pitch-black chains emptied out. Like a snake, entangled in the air. Seeing this scene, Mydild's expression stiffened. What an artifact is this? Why is the oncoming sense of bondage so powerful? What's wrong? Isn't the person in front of him without a trace of magical power fluctuations? How can you manipulate the artifact? Chapter 32 She started and fell with a shot, what's more? Looking at Nangongshuo, who has no magical fluctuations on his body. Look at the locks of the sky that is wantonly in the sky. Mydild was confused all over. Is there such an operation? Is it possible to manipulate artifacts without magic power? Just as she was thinking, a faint voice came. Fool, you, what are you doing? Hurry up, attack, attack. Caravana. Recovered in an instant, Mydilt's gaze shifted. Caravana is not as lucky as her. The whole body was tightly bound by the lock of heaven. The fair skin was strangled red and green, looking very pitiful. The wings on his back were also twisted into an unnatural shape, sticking to his back firmly. Donahik on the side was even more miserable, and his entire face was strangled with bruises. The wings on the back seemed to be penetrated by the spear tip of the skylock, dripping blood continuously. In the next second, he didn't know what he noticed. The whole person suddenly struggled. Magic, my magic. With an incredulous roar, Donahik's face unexpectedly showed a touch of collapse. How so? My magic power, I can't use it? What the hell did you do, Before he could finish speaking, the dark chains flicked in an instant. He tied his neck tightly. Be quiet. Nangong Shuo's voice came over. For a moment, the air became silent again. The sound of the chain tightening is much clearer. Looking at Donahik in a daze, Caravana also showed a look of fear a few seconds later. Without any magic fluctuations. No, I'm afraid they are completely wrong. The human beings in front of them, whether they are magic power or strength, are probably much stronger than them. Drops of cold sweat soaked his back, and Caravana looked at Meteor. As if the other party had lost his soul, the whole person stayed in place in a daze. She wanted to call for help to make this guy come back to his senses. But when he thought of Donahik's end, Caravana suddenly closed his mouth. He dared to gesture desperately at Meteor with his eyes. But the next second, she was stunned. A look of despair also rose from Caravana's eyes. I saw Mydilt's wings flicked, and instantly disappeared in place. However, her direction was completely opposite, making it clear that she wanted to escape. Seeing this scene, Nangong Shuo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It seems that your companions do not intend to rescue you. Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Caravana's face became even more bleak. Later, she saw the boy in front of her stretch out his hand. The essence of light blue magic power gushes from the fingertips. In an instant, a snow-white western bow appeared in his hand. The hair-thin bowstring was constructed, connecting the two ends of the longbow. Immediately after that, the huge magic power was like a surging ocean wave, compressed and condensed every inch in the air. An artwork like snow-white arrow was created. The light blue pattern spreads on the arrow body, very beautiful. With the bow and arrow, the vision in the distance seems to be close in front of you, and the observation is clear. Without hesitation, Nangong Shuo's wrist moved, and the slender white arrow pointed at Mydilt's back. Kang! The next second, the bowstring flicked suddenly, and the crisp wind rushed past his ears. Mingyan Daya burst out of the wind, and disappeared into the sky instantly like a shooting star. In the sky, Meteor drove his wings quickly, and the magic power on his body was also mobilized to the limit. I'm sorry, Donahik, Caravana. If I can, I don't want to leave yours either. But in the face of that kind of role, you can't win at all. As he was thinking in his heart, Mydilt's body suddenly stiffened. Something's wrong. A powerful magic power is approaching. She turned her head quickly in the flashlight. With just a glance, the little face covered with cold sweat became extremely pale. I saw a blazing white light in the sky approaching her impressively. The light blue lines are like scattered dresses, gracefully spreading inches in the air. The snow-white arrow body swelled in an instant, turned into a huge wave of light, and surged over. The sky that appeared to be very vast just now, at this moment, seemed to be covered by a huge magical power. Meteor actually felt a sense of fear and depression with nowhere to escape. No, don't come near me. With a scream, Meidel's eyes widened in horror. The wings behind her flickered desperately, and she almost drained all the magic power from her body. The speed of the whole person has also reached the extreme. But the magic behind it was like a huge wave, and the blink of an eye swallowed her figure. There was no resistance, no sound. After a few seconds, the magic power slowly dissipated. There was not even a feather left in the sky. Chapter 33 Young girl, you don't play cards according to the routine. Seeing the scene before him, Caravana was completely shocked. This simple blow, from launch to end. It didn't even take more than 10 seconds. But the effect was far more terrifying than a blow she tried her best. Realizing this, Caravana felt a little bit cold all over her body. Looking at Nangongshuo's eyes, he became even more frightened. You, who are you? He said this in a trembling voice, and Caravana's face shrank. It's just a member of the discipline committee passing by. With a slight smile, Nangongshuo said gently. Well, it's up to you two next. Wait a minute. Shaking all over, Caravana said urgently. I didn't want to take the initiative to shoot you. It's because my master, the fallen angel Linali, asked me to bring this nun before. Please, me, I don't want to end my life yet. Give me a chance, let me bring her, can you? Looking at Donahik, whose life and death are unknown. Feel the powerful magical waves remaining in the air. Caravana was really scared. He even did not hesitate to tell Linali in exchange for her own hope of survival. Hearing what Caravana said, Nangongshuo couldn't help but smile. Linali. For a moment, Caravana seemed to have caught the hope of life. Yes. It's her. Her expression was agitated. Are you looking for her? I know where she is hiding, and what she is doing recently. As long as you let me go, I can tell you anything. It's not necessary. Upon hearing this, Nangongshuo shook his head and said calmly. She is undergoing a moral transformation, and her goal is to become the kindest fallen angel. I'm afraid I don't have time to come here. What? Caravana's expression was instantly dull. Discipline transformation? The kindest fallen angel? What is the person in front of me saying? Did she have a broken ear? Looking at Caravana with a dull face, Nangongshuo didn't ask any more. The Huanghualan in his hand rose again, and the surging magic power once again constructed the sound of dysprosium. Only this time, he used a lot less magic power. The effect will also be weaker, just enough to wipe out all the two fallen angels. A few seconds later, a blazing light flashed. The breath of the fallen angel also disappeared. It's over in this way. After retracting the lock of heaven, Nangongshuo looked aside. I saw Aisha's emerald eyes, staring at the air in a daze. Scared you? Nangongshuo's voice came, and the blonde girl suddenly recovered and nodded subconsciously. No, nor is it. She reacted to something, and shook her head quickly, with a tangled look. Upon seeing this, Nangongshuo put away Huanghualan and said calmly. Do you think I shouldn't deal with these fallen angels so cruelly? And, it's not. Asia was taken aback, a panic appeared on her little face. I know that everything Mr. Father does is to protect me. It's just, I don't understand. Why did you do this? Hearing what Azia said, Nangongshuo stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. After a few seconds, he spoke solemnly. Miss Nun, there is no reason. I'm just maintaining a stable order. This is the mission Feng Jishan gave me. After a few simple words fell, Asia seemed to have heard some oracle. The slender body shook slightly, and there was a flash of clarity in his eyes. It turns out, is that so? Lowering her voice, Asia said slowly. Mr. Priest, the teachings of Feng Jishan to you. Just do your best to protect what should be protected, right? A gentle smile appeared on the delicate little face. At this moment, Asia clearly no longer needs Nangang Shuo's answer. What a gentle God! For everyone, it seems to be so tolerant. Then, the blonde girl raised her head and looked at Nangang Shuo. Looking at the boy's statue-like, gentle, and perfect face. Suddenly a trace of guess flashed in her heart. Mr. Father, no, that's not right, Mr. Nangang. The next second, she blurted out and made her debut. You actually. It's not actually a priest, right? Nangang Shuo was not surprised when he heard Asia's words. After all, along the way, he did not deliberately pretend to be a priest. Just a movement in my heart made up a religion casually. So at this moment, he nodded himself. Well, I am not a priest. Actually, I am. Before he could finish speaking, Asia in front of him quickly took it. I know. Looking at Nangang Shuo with bright eyes, the blonde girl's tone was excited. Mr. Nangang is actually the messenger of the spirit of discipline, right? Chapter 34 Don't talk nonsense, I don't have me. Looking at Asia's shiny eyes. For a while, Nangang Shuo felt a little embarrassed. As an upright celestial person, the title of God's envoy sounds like a liar. He really doesn't want it very much. After a cough, Nangang Shuo spoke immediately. Miss Nun, you actually misunderstood. I'm not the so-called decent waiter. It's just an ordinary disciplinary committee passing by. Hearing Nangang Shuo's words, Asia nodded obediently. I understand. The mother of the church said that the envoy can hear the oracle. So, they will be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Mr. Envoy does not want to reveal his identity, it is also because of this. Hearing that, Nangang Shuo's eyes became a little speechless. I just said casually, teasing this girl. How can the other party take it seriously? Inexplicably, he also gave him the title of a divine envoy. Looked at Asia with a serious look. He thought for a while and changed the subject decisively. Well, since you can see it, I hope you can help me keep this secret. Always let me act as an ordinary commissioner in Juwang Town. Yeah. I will never say it. After receiving a positive answer from Nangang Shuo, Asia was happier immediately. Looking at his eyes, there was also a trace of deep longing. Then, Mr. Envoy, no, Mr. Nangang. I'll go back to church first. This place has been occupied by fallen angels for so long, there must be a lot of places to be cleaned. As a nun, I can't lose to Mr. Nangang either. With a serious expression on her face, Asia mentioned the skirt of the nun's dress and wanted to walk into the church. But at this moment, her footsteps suddenly stopped. I saw the church in front of me, facing the comfortable breeze, it shook slightly. Before she could react, the roof of the church suddenly disappeared one after another. Wow! A series of smashing sounds fell in my ears. The dust was flying, and in just a few seconds, the church in front of it turned into a pile of ruins. Only a few stone pillars remained. Seeing this scene, Asia was dumbfounded. Yeah, too. The attack used by Mr. Nangang just now was so powerful. How could the dilapidated church withstand the aftermath of an attack? Although I understand in my heart, Asia's mood is still a little bit weeping without tears. First he was expelled by the church and wandered outside. Finally found a place to stay, but was also occupied by fallen angels. As a result, the church that could finally let her live in collapsed. God, if she makes any mistakes, you can strike it down with a condemnation. No, there is no need to test her faith like this. With a deep sigh, Asia patted her little face, barely cheering up. Mr. Nangang, you go first. After that, she said in a gloomy tone. Church or something, me, I will just organize it myself. Sleeping in the wind, eating, and being displaced, this is also God's test of me. I can definitely bear it myself. Looking at the blonde girl with a pitiful back like a stray cat, Nangong Shuo couldn't help but want to laugh. With this kind of body, still want to rebuild the church? I'm afraid that I didn't put myself in, the church has not been half repaired yet. The next second, he spoke. Miss Nun, calm down. It's impossible to rebuild here with your strength alone. It's better to go to my place and stay. Huh? Really, really? As soon as the footsteps stopped, Asia's grateful gaze immediately looked over. Will Mr. Nangong feel inconvenient? There are many rooms, so there must be no inconvenience. While speaking, Nangong Shuo turned around and walked down the mountain. Asha, just follow me. When the voice fell, the blonde girl's expression was suddenly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, a light blush suddenly appeared on the little white face. I see, Mr. Nangong. No, it's not right, according to etiquette. Yes, it's Lord Nangong. No, right. Asia is familiar with it very quickly. Where? I just changed my name following Lord Nangong. Suddenly calling it that way, I feel really embarrassed. The two talked while walking, and soon they came to a villa. Opening the door, Nangong Shuo walked in directly. Asia behind her showed a puzzled look. Nangong, June, why did you stop here? Aren't we going to church? Chapter 35, The Coin Master turned out to be myself. Nangong Shuo reacted after hearing what Asia said. No wonder when he said that, the other party followed without hesitation. It turned out to be that way. Looking back, I saw the pure eyes of the blonde girl. Nangong Shuo's mood suddenly became a little bit subtle, and he explained immediately. Asia, you misunderstood. I thought you could stay in my house for a while. Move out again when you think it's suitable. It turned out to be like this. I don't know what was thinking, a few tears flashed in Ixia's eyes. Mr. Nangong, have you also lost the blessing of the church? No, that's not right, you are so kind and gentle, the church will definitely not expel you. Suddenly, there was a sudden movement in her heart, and her tone of voice suddenly became sad. I understand. Mr. Nangong, is Feng Jishan's name being forgotten? That's why I haven't heard of this name. Everything you have done is to redeliver the commandments of the God of Discipline to the world. Right. I have to say that Asia is still very familiar with the church. In just a few seconds, he wove in a set of life experiences for Nangong Shuo in an instant. A pair of jade-like beautiful eyes are somewhat moisturized. Obviously, I was heartbroken for Nangong Shuo. But when Nangong Shuo saw this scene, his mood became even more speechless. What's this all about? Why did we suddenly add strange settings? No, you think too much, it's just that Feng Jishan simply doesn't have a church. After thinking about it, Nangong Shuo tried to explain a few words. But before he could finish speaking, the blonde nun in front of her nodded heavily. I understand. Mr. Nangong, you don't have to say any more. Although we believe in, not a god. But the goals pursued are the same. I will support you. I will also talk about Feng Jishan when I see believers in the future. Looking at Asia's shiny eyes, Nangong Shuo silently shut up. It's over, this girl is too deeply poisoned, she is no longer rescued. It wouldn't hurt him anyway, just let it go. Thinking in his mind, Nangong Shuo decisively changed the subject. All in all, you can come in with me first. I will arrange a room for you. Okay, thank you Mr. Nangong. Carrying luggage obediently, Asia followed Nangong Shuo and walked into the villa. Soon, everything was arranged. You can arrange the rooms as you like. I will go back to my room and rest. After confessing, Nangong Shuo returned to his room. At this moment, the belated system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. Get rewards, throw everything away. Immediately afterwards, instructions on rewards were also passed over. But Nangong Shuo doesn't care about all this anymore. The moment he heard the reward, he showed a look of consternation. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Okay. What the hell? Throw away the world? As a loyal supporter of Celestial Games, he is very familiar with this skill. Isn't it a classic move in the Sword series of games? The skill effect is to cause huge damage to the enemy by spending a lot of money. You can also completely ignore the 5 spirits, which is a very good big move. The only drawback is that it costs money. But now Nangong Shuo is a man with the golden rule of X. Money. What kind of stuff is that? I don't care at all, okay. However, the Sword series of games are not even a power system with high school. How high is the damage of this 1-on-1 throw? Wouldn't you just throw it away? A large swath of lower level fallen angels would be killed, right? After thinking about it for a while, Nangong Shuo didn't feel too entangled. Lie down on the bed, closed his eyes and rested for a while. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. Then, that. Mr. Nangong. Are you awake? Asia's soft and pleasant voice came over. After a few seconds, the door of the bedroom opened and Nangong Shuo walked out. What's wrong? I wanted to cook dinner. But. Before Asia could finish speaking, a familiar voice suddenly fell on the ears of the two of them. Ah, good evening, Mr. Nangong. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, other girls would live in your house. It really surprised me and felt hurt. They will stand at the door tomorrow morning. You didn't even open your mouth to invite me in as a guest. Chapter 36. Don't talk nonsense again, be careful to shave you up. Turning his head to look, I saw Juno Heimshima standing by. Bright and beautiful purple eyes, looking at Nangong Shuo moistly. A very aggrieved look. Upon seeing this, Nangong Shuo felt a little speechless. Didn't you just invite you to be a guest at home? This expression, this tone. How could it be as if he had done something heinous? Student Zunai, why are you here? After that, Nangong Shuo spoke. Ah, I miss you a bit, so I came to visit. With her little white hand holding her cheek, Shunai Heimjima said with a special affair. I didn't expect other girls to be here. But if Mr. Nangong really likes. It doesn't matter if I am second. As she said, she blinked at Asia, who was on the side. The blonde nun's eyes suddenly became confused. Second. Does it mean the order of staying in? Looking at Asia's pure and bright eyes, Juna Heimshima suddenly showed a slightly nasty smile. Hee, if you don't understand it, it's not good for competition, Miss Sister. When I have the opportunity, I will teach you well. Hearing Heimshima Juno's words, Asia still didn't understand. But for some reason, he was a little shy in his heart, stopped asking questions, and nodded silently. At this moment, Nangong Shuo's cold voice came over suddenly. What I teach in private, I don't care. However, did classmate Zunai forget that you still owe me a copy? If you say too much about strange things, I know about it, but you will be punished by manners. Her whole body was slightly stiff, and Shunai Heimjima's small hands clenched a little bit tightly. In my palm, there was some heat and sweat inexplicably. Ah, will Chairman Nangong beat me too? Not necessarily, there are different penalties for different behaviors. The words of classmate Zunai. With a look in his eyes, Nangong Shuo suddenly smiled. Long black hair is beautiful. For girls, I remember there will be punishments like cutting hair, right? What? Cut hair? Haim Jimajuno, who was still a little excited just now, suddenly stiffened. The two little feet couldn't help but step back a few steps. Is the person in front of me a devil? Just when Junao Haim's Hima was stunned, Nangong Shuo's voice came over again. Let me think about it, what hairstyle is better? Ban inch? Bald head? If you're a girl, it's not good to shave all. Then choose an inch. How long does Zunai want? Let me recommend it, 3 centimeters is the most authentic. What do you think of Zunai? Hearing Nangong Shuo seemed to be thinking seriously. Haim Jimajuno's whole person is not good. She is still very confident about her appearance. As a result, there was a disagreement. This person actually planned to shave her an inch. Don't you have any feelings for Liang Xiangziyu? In fact, not only Juno Haim Jima, but Asia at the side also showed shocked eyes. In order to maintain style, does Mr. Nangong have to shave off all such beautiful long hair? Wow, if it were her, she would be very reluctant. As expected to be an envoy of God, his consciousness is different from ordinary people. She has to work hard too. Thinking about it in his heart, the next second, Asia said without a word. That. Although I don't understand the process of discipline and punishment. But if Mr. Nangong agrees, I also want to help. Either 3 centimeters or 1 centimeter, it's not bad to be sure. Sister, what are you messing up with? As a dependent of Rias Gremory. Shaved her head by a nun and an artifact. Just listening to it is shameful enough. Hearing that, Zunai Jajima almost became petrified. Imagine the shape of yourself against the board. In an instant, she felt a chill all over her body. My scalp is a little bit cold. Unable to hold back one, she stretched out her hand and tidied the ponytail silently. Then, he continued with a depressed tone. No need. I don't want a few centimeters of board inch. When the voice fell, Nangong Shuo in front of him suddenly showed an expression of interest. Touched his chin, his tone was a little appreciative. Huh? So bold, you don't even want an inch. Well, the next time you are disciplined, I'll shave your head bald. Light, bald. No, I didn't mean that. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and Juno Haimjima's eyes were dumbfounded. Mr. Nangong, I mean. But before she could finish speaking, Nangong Shuo interrupted her. Well, I understand, you want to say that you have other things this time. No, I mean to say. I don't understand it anymore. Didn't Ria send me a message to ask you to ask me something? Student Zunai, are you planning to put the king's arrangements aside and deal with your own personal affairs first? Chapter 37. Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Juno Haim Jima rarely felt a sense of aggrieved mood. A few seconds later, she said helplessly. I understand. Mr. Nangong, let me talk about business first. Then go to the living room, I will pour tea for both of you. Hearing this, Azia took a sentence happily. Ah, I really trouble you. Nodded, and then a group of people came to the living room. A few minutes later, the faint fragrance of tea came. He picked up the teacup gracefully and took a sip. Haim's Himajuno then spoke. Today's magical fluctuations are a bit unusual. Especially the breath near the church, the purity of the magic power has become very high. There is still the smell of a weird artifact. Looking at Nangong Shuo, she has returned to her usual level of ease. Asked in a light tone. Mr. Nangong, you did it, right? Well, solved some fallen angels occupying the church. Nodded, Nangong Shuo looked calm. Any questions? Not really. After all, Lord Nangong made the move, it must be because they violated the morals. With a slight smile, Juno Haim Jima looked towards Asia. Is this the nun who was saved? She has a magical weapon, the fluctuation of her magical power is obvious. What kind of artifact? Hearing this, Asia was taken aback for a moment. Instead of simply showing the artifact immediately, she first glanced at Nangongshuo secretly. After noticing that the other party nodded, he stretched out his little white hand. The magic power surged slowly, and in an instant, a healing green light flashed. Ah, as the fallen angel said, it is a divine weapon that can heal anyone. There was no surprise on Haimjima's face. What a great ability, Miss Sister. Thank you for the compliment. With a slight red cheek, Asia whispered. Seeing the harmonious exchange between the two, Nangongshuo raised an eyebrow. At night, he didn't believe that Chana Haimshima was here to chat. Suddenly asked about the artifact of Asia. It seems that Lena Li told a few people something. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to speak directly. Student Zunai, just say anything if you have any. Ah, I'm really impatient. After taking a sip of tea, Jishimazane said slowly. Mr. Nangong, after saving the nun, you also need a place to settle her. We can temporarily place her in school. Reconstruction of the church. Although we are demons, no church is best. But for the sake of Lord Nangong, you can also find some humans to help. So, can you please do us a favor? Haimjimajuno's tone was very gentle, and her eyes looked at Nangongshuo moisturized. But the opponent's voice still didn't change much. Still that calm look. Listen specifically. Hearing that plain tone, an inexplicable gleam of joy rose in Haimjimajuno's heart. Sure enough, for the young man in front of him, her little tricks didn't work. Don't know how much will make the other person shy? Thinking secretly in his heart, on the face, Juno Haimshima was more serious. Have Lord Nangong noticed it recently? There has been a slight change in the breath of many girls in the school. The whole person seems to have lost his soul. We suspect that another lost demon has escaped to Juwang Town. But it is very cunning, and its breath is also well hidden. We searched for a few days, but we haven't found a trace. Can Nangong Jun help us pay more attention? Haimjima's request was actually reasonable. As the school's ethics committee, it is true that he also has the duty to protect students. Moreover, beheading the lost demon is also an act of maintaining moral integrity. So Nangongshuo did not refuse. Well, I got it. If something is abnormal, I will pay more attention. Ah, thank you Mr. Nangong for your understanding. Nodding, Haimjimajuno stood up gracefully. Then I will leave first. Minister Rias is still waiting for me to go back. Soon, Juno Haimshima left. After closing the door, Nangongshuo saw Asia as soon as he turned his head. Like a small animal, the blonde girl followed behind him step by step. Obviously there is something to say. What's wrong? Hearing Nangongshuo's words, Asia bit her lip. Lord Nangong, looking for a lost demon or something, it's dangerous, isn't it? It's okay not to go to school or something. I will also find a solution to the reconstruction of the church. So. Chapter 38 A good person card is issued on the spot. Looking at Asia's sincere eyes, Nangongshuo smiled. You said that you grew up in the church. So I was thinking, Asia might not have been to school. The reconstruction of the church will take time. Isn't it good to feel different things during this period? The words are very serious, but Nangongshuo's thoughts are very simple. Asia has always lived here, but he has no objection. Anyway, according to the opponent's character, it is equivalent to having an extra little maid. Isn't it unhappy when someone prepares food every day? But staying at home all the time, it's not good for someone to make any mistakes. Of course, these words Nangongshuo would naturally not tell Asia. On the other side, Asia's expression was slightly taken aback. She was adopted by the church and grew up. She was actually very curious about what an ordinary school was like. After hearing Nangang Shuo's words, after hesitating for a few seconds, she finally nodded. I understand. I will go to school. However, in order to repay Lord Nangang, please leave all household chores to me. With firm clenched fists, Asia said with a serious face. Whether it's cleaning or cooking, I'm very good at it. Please don't refuse. Thank you, Asia, then. Speaking of which, weren't you cooking dinner before? Ah, I forgot, I will go now. At the same time, in the Gremory mansion, Himes Himazunai slowly walked into the living room. She couldn't help smiling when she noticed the bright red hair. Ah, Minister Lias, good evening. I've already talked to Nangang Jun about the lost devil. Hearing this, Lias gently put down the teacup in her hand. Thin green eyes looked over. The results of it? He agreed, very simply. The conditions we put forward seem to have been acquiesced. But Nangang Shuo's plain tone flashed in his mind, and Shu Nao Heimshima's smile became a little brighter. He doesn't seem to care much about those. I just want to solve the lost demon and maintain the manner of being. Maintaining style, it's this vocabulary again. Thinking of some unpleasant memories, the corners of Ria's mouth suddenly twitched. Do you think that is the truth? Such a powerful force, whether you become a demon or a fallen angel. It's all easy, right? Is Minister Rias thinking about this? I think Lord Nangang didn't think so much over there. Huh? Why do you say that? Rias's tone was filled with doubt when she heard Haim Jimajuno's words. When Asia looked at Nangang Shuo, the trusting gaze flashed in his mind. Haim Jimajuno's gaze also became gentle. There is no basis for what I have to say. I just think that some sensitive little animals are such trustworthy people. Surely it's not a bad person. The magical power of Minister Lias is the same. After the pool is cleaned, it will be unlocked immediately. If he had any intentions, he would do it at that time, wouldn't he? You're right. After thinking for a few seconds, Rias's little head was a little bit. Perhaps now, for Lord Nangang, we can be trusted. Go and rest, Zunai, I will look for the lost demon tomorrow. Understood, Minister. Slightly bowed, the figure of Haim Jimajuno quickly disappeared into the living room. Afterwards, Rias looked at the empty living room, but she spoke again. It's already so late, Kitty, you can also go to rest. As Rias's voice fell, a petite figure suddenly appeared from the shadow of the stairs. With amber eyes, she looked at Lias quietly. Tachin Kitty's small face without fluctuation suddenly revealed a look of embarrassment. I'm sorry. Minister. I just want to know. Before she finished speaking, Lias stood up and walked to Tachin Kitten. Touching the other's head, the red-haired girl said softly. Actually, Zunai is right about one thing. Mr. Nangang is very popular with small animals for some reason. Don't worry, Kitty. I don't intend to be an enemy of Lord Nangang. Even, I still have a lot of things, I have to ask him to help me. You don't need to worry, okay? I have to say that Ria still has a very deep understanding of her family members. A few simple words will explain all Tachin Kitty's concerns. In an instant, the silver-haired girl showed a relieved expression. I see. Minister, rest early. I will. The kitten goes to bed, too. Chapter 39 It's happiness to be taken care of by a beautiful girl. Early the next morning, there was a crisp knock on the door of Nangang Shuo's room. Then, that. Mr. Nangang. Are you awake? Opening the door, I saw that Asia was standing outside the door. Wearing a white apron on her body, she looks petite and slender, very cute. Breakfast is ready. With a gentle smile, the blonde girl said softly. Mr. Nangang, Come eat, don't you want to go out soon? With that, the two went down the stairs and came to the living room. Asia's female power is also very high. I saw many Western European breakfast meals on the table. The smell is tangy, and it makes people drooling just by looking at it. I haven't learned the breakfast here. There was a hint of embarrassment in Asia's tone. So I just did it as the breakfast in the church. Is it a bit crude? Breakfast is to have a lighter breakfast. There is nothing wrong with what Asia has done. Hearing that, Nangong just sat down, picked up the bread and ate it. You come and eat too. Seeing that Nangong seemed to be satisfied with his food, Asia suddenly felt relieved. Sitting at the dining table cautiously, he ate in small bites. Soon, breakfast was over. Standing at the door, Asia still wore an apron and spoke very naturally. Be careful along the way. Besides, what would Nangong want to eat for lunch? Hearing her words, Nangong couldn't help but smile. A familiar question and answer, like a newlywed couple in a TV series. With a panic expression, Asia's small white face turned red in an instant. The white and tender ear tips are also dyed with a hint of light pink. I didn't mean that. It's just that since I live in Nangong-jun's house, a lot of housework, it is more reasonable that I should be responsible for it. So just. As she spoke flusteredly, Asia's heartbeat was also a little faster. She suddenly realized that the feeling of waiting for someone to return home was really good. There is an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Realizing this, Asia's whole person is not good. No, I'm a nun. The existence of serving God throughout his life cannot produce such strange feelings. While admonishing herself in her heart, Asia suddenly heard Nangong words. There is nothing wrong with it. Someone is waiting at home to come back, which is also a good experience. A few simple words fell to Asia's ears. Her eyes were taken aback for a moment, and the entanglement in her heart was temporarily left aside. Does Mr. Nangong feel that this feeling is good too? Does this mean? Before she could think of a result, Nangong interrupted her thoughts. Then I will go out first. Okay. Nodded, Asia did not say more. After leaving home, Nangong planned to walk towards the school. Of course, school will not start until tomorrow. He passed by now, just purely intending to investigate the breath of the lost demon. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. Mr. Nangong, can I trouble you to come out? Some unusual auras have been found here. Rias came over with a slightly serious voice. Send me the address. Hanging up the phone, Nangong didn't hesitate, and immediately rushed to the address sent. After 10 minutes, he came to a dark forest. Sure enough, lost demons like to hide in this kind of place. Speaking casually, Nangong saw Lias and others. They were hiding behind the bushes, and they didn't know what they were looking at. Upon seeing this, Nangong also walked over directly. Find the target. When the voice fell, the few people in front of them were shocked and turned their heads one after another. It turned out to be Lord Nangong. With a sigh of relief, Lias's vigilant expression suddenly faded. The Tachan kitten, who clenched his fist on the side, also put down his little hand. Lost the breath of the devil. With a brief comment, she stretched out her hand and pointed behind her back. I saw an extraordinarily huge flower bone growing in the forest. The pink petals are closed layer by layer, it looks a bit like a lotus, and it's pretty. If you look at it, it's just an ordinary flower. Holding her white face, Shanaheim's said in a low voice with a smile. But the atmosphere around is very messy. Not only has the breath of demons, but also the breath of many humans. Among them, there is still the breath of fallen angels. Hearing the words of Junoheim's an ominous feeling suddenly flashed in Nangong heart. The expression on his face also became weird. This flower. Why does it look so familiar? Chapter 40. Please don't appear this strange thing, okay? It seems that I noticed something wrong with Nangang Shuo's expression. In the next second, the cold and pleasant voice of the Tachin kitten came over. Is there anything wrong? After returning to his senses, Nangang Shuo looked at those calm amber eyes. The mood suddenly became more subtle. It's okay, this thing, I guess it won't affect you either. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired girl's brows wrinkled slightly, and some doubts appeared in her eyes. Juno Heimshima on the side also looked over curiously. Ah, does Nangang Jun know this thing well? It's not an understanding, I've seen something similar before. Nangang Shuo explained nonchalantly. Do you know the synthetic beast? This flower should be the same thing, it's just a product made with magic power and other materials. The main effect. Before Nangang Shuo could speak, the flower bones in front of him suddenly opened. The pink petals spread out like a skirt, and a few fainted women lay in the position of the stamen. Seeing this scene, Rias's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. It's the student who was missing before. The breath has weakened a lot. Could it be that the vitality has been sucked away by this flower? While speaking, Lias had already gathered magic power in her hands. A look ready to fight. But at this moment, an inexplicable smile appeared on Heimjima's small face. Ah, there seems to be something wrong. The white fingertips nodded the girls. I saw that they had recovered from the coma. Although he still looked lost, his whole body was not injured. He even walked out of Huaguduo and left here silently. How is this going? Seeing such a strange scene, Rias also showed a puzzled look. Mr. Nangang seems to be very clear. With a light click, Juno Heimshima's sight immediately followed. But no matter how you look at it, there is a hint of narrowness in his eyes. Don't look at me, I don't know the specific effect. Nangang Shuo decisively clarified. I only know that it is something that draws energy. As he was talking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest. Afterwards, several figures suddenly walked out of the woods. This time the absorption seems to be very successful. Looking at the flowers slowly closing, one of them spoke. He, I said it a long time ago, it's the most reliable to absorb their energy. The other person suddenly laughed. Anyway, if it is absorbed, it will grow slowly. Recyclable resources? Sounds great. The person who seemed to be the leader nodded. Move closer to the school at night. It will also be more convenient to draw energy. Hearing the conversation between several people, Ria's expression suddenly changed. She seems to remember the girls just now. Isn't your figure like this before? Does the so-called absorbing energy mean? Turning his head silently, he glanced at the slender Tachin kitten. Ria suddenly had a guess in her heart. His face also became a little weird. Noting this, Heimshima Juno smiled more brilliantly. Ah, does the minister understand? If I can, I really don't want to admit that I understand it. Rias glanced at Nangang Shuo instantly. Among them, there is a trace of ridicule. On the contrary, it is Mr. Nangang, why would he understand this kind of thing? Obviously a member of the discipline committee, isn't it? Hearing what Rias said, Nangang Shuo couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although he knew what the original work was like. But the stuff in front of me is too nasty and interesting. If he can, he doesn't want to know. Who asked the production team to do this kind of extravaganza? However, he still looks calm. He spoke without blinking. Well, as a member of the discipline committee, I still need to know more. Otherwise, how do you know which ones are against morals? A lot of things, you have to look at it with your eyes to judge. Student Zunai, are you right? Hearing Nangang Shuo's righteous words, Shanae Heimshima chuckled. What kind of fallacy is this? Thinking of this in her heart, she nodded very cooperatively. Ah, it makes sense. Then next time there is such a thing, can you show it to me? I'm also very curious about what kind of behavior violates morals. Chapter 41, What a nonsense, hurry up and fight. Hearing Haim Jimajuno's words, Rias on the side also added something, not too much of the excitement. Zunai has some truth in what he said. Mr. Nangong, there will be related things in the future, so please show them to me. Hearing that, although the Tachan kitten didn't understand too much, everyone was talking about it. But still suddenly followed. Then. I want to watch it too. For a while, all three lines of sight glanced at Nangong. It was rare for him to feel a sense of pressure when he watched it. But how can you persuade a few girls? Real man, just want hard steel. With a slight smile, he said without hesitation. He, everyone is very curious. If I have relevant information in the future, I will pass it on to you. While talking, Nangong Shuo stood up directly and walked towards several lost demons. But for now, let's deal with the immediate matter first. Upon seeing this, Lias and others did not continue the topic just now. They stood up one after another, followed by walking out of the hiding place. Noticing their presence, several lost demons suddenly took a few steps back. Seeing the conspicuous red hair, one of them snorted coldly. Haha, is the Gremory kid. It's really fast to find the door. Thank you for the compliment, and that's the end of your experiment. With a slight smile, the magic power on Ria suddenly surged. Zunai, kitten, spread out and stop them. Clear. After a brief response, the Tachan kitten clenched his hands with the cat's claw gloves. At the same time, she quickly moved to another place. Juno Haim's him on the other side also used a lot of magic power. The little white hands were constantly shining with golden thunder. Blocked the other side where you could escape. I have to say that the cooperation of Lias is still very skilled. In just a few seconds, an encircling circle appeared. Seeing this scene, several lost demons did not show the slightest fear. The superior demon? Just to test the strength of the test item. As he spoke, the magic power in them also surged. In an instant, the blooming flower was also filled with pollen mists. He rushed towards Lias and others. Use magic protection, don't catch it anymore. Lias reminded subconsciously. There may be something wrong with this kind of thing. Chiang. Before Rias could finish speaking, the bright golden circle opened in midair. The golden tip of the spear sprang out instantly, and the dark chains flashed through the air. The whistling wind passed by. Before the several lost demons could react, they were already bound by the lock of heaven. Damn it! What about this F***CK? They were instantly dumbfounded. Facing the superior demon and her dependents, they were also very careful. Has been feeling the fluctuations of magic power around. Why didn't they feel a trace of this artifact when it was activated? Could it be that there are still artifacts in this world that can be activated without magic power? Just when several lost demons doubted life. The next second, Nangong Shuo's voice came over. Student Lias, don't talk nonsense with them. Strands of magic power poured out from his body, forming a very powerful magic shield. Perfectly blocked all the pollen. The next second, Nangong Shuo stretched out his hand and gave a light grip. Violations of morals will be punished. Just go ahead and just do it. The moment the voice fell, the lock of the sky was tight. With a cry of pain, the faces of several lost demons suddenly became distorted. A suffocating sense of restraint came from all over. A frightening coercion also enveloped them firmly. What makes them even more terrifying is that the magic in the body can't be mobilized. In the face of Nangong Shuo's attack, they couldn't even resist. I could only watch as the chains tightened inch by inch. In just a few seconds, the breath of life from the lost demons disappeared instantly. Clang! The golden magic circle slowly dissipated, and the lock of sky also disappeared. With the supply of lost magic power, the flowers on the side suddenly wilted a lot. Several lost demons also fell to the ground with a bang. The blood dyed the earth silently, and for a while, the whole air became much quieter. It's not good to stay here, just take care of it a little bit. Carrying Huang Hualin, he approached several lost demons. Nangong Shuo's hands quickly formed the Naruto Daya. The next second, he pointed to the front and let go of the bowstring. The magic power that was precisely controlled was released one after another. In an instant, the corpses of several lost demons were swallowed by the blazing light. Everything in front of me was cleaned up. It turned out that there was no dust left. Chapter 42. Seeing the scene in front of her, Lias was a little dumbfounded. What is happening? The few lost demons in front of them all have the level of intermediate demons, right? What about the good fight? What do you mean by Sekal? Look at Himes Himajuno, who was also stunned. There is also the Tachin kitten, whose face is a little confused. An embarrassment suddenly appeared in Lias' heart. Can fighting become that simple? What was the purpose of their tactics just now? What is the meaning of standing here? When I thought of this, Lias's white face became a little red and hot. The Tachin kitten was stunned for a while, and silently took off the cat's claw gloves. It turns out that I am so weak. Although not on the face. But she also rarely felt a trace of embarrassment in her heart. Ah, it's a powerful attack. It seemed that he had noticed something wrong in the atmosphere, and Juno Heimshima's voice came over immediately. There is no magic power fluctuation when activating the artifact. How did you do it? A simple sentence fell, but Lias and Tachin Kitty were immediately comforted. The embarrassment between the two of them was immediately relieved a lot. Yes, indeed. Attacks without magic fluctuations are difficult to defend. That's why those two people were caught off guard and were killed in a flash. Well, that's it. It must not be that the gap between them and Nangong Jun is too big. But at this moment, Nangong Shuo spoke again. How did you do it? Naturally, he would not say anything about the system. After thinking about it for a while, he casually made up an excuse. Maybe because I am a human being. Have a different kind of racial talent. I don't know exactly how to do it. Hear what Nangong Shuo said. Lias and Tachin Kitty, who were in a much better mood, instantly became depressed again. Racial talent? Why haven't they heard that humans have this kind of talent? You are obviously too strong, you can control the magical breath at will. Did this person make up casually just to comfort them? Many thoughts flashed in her mind, and Rias was a little faint. Having been a superior demon for so long, this was the first time she really felt it. How far is the gap between myself and the strong? Taking a deep breath, she said in the next second. Mr. Nangong, you don't need to explain. I understand. But, don't be overwhelmed. Sooner or later, I will become such a strong person. Hearing this, the Tachin kitten on the side also showed a somewhat complicated expression. Looking at her little white hand, she silently clenched her fist. Senior Nangong, I will also become stronger. I won't lose to you. Nangong Shuo looked dumbfounded when looking at the two people who were inexplicably burning their fighting spirit. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded in cooperation. Ah, good, you guys come on. Seeing the scene in front of him, Juno Heimshima suddenly raised an interesting smile. The few people in front of me completely misunderstood each other, right? However, this is also quite interesting. Thinking in his heart, then, Juno Heimshima spoke. Minister Lias. Since the matter is resolved, let's go back and report it. Mr. Nangong, thank you this time. Ixia, Can I trouble you to take her to the school tomorrow to report? Well, I got it. After Nangong Shuo responded, Lias and others in front of him also left. Just looking at his eyes suddenly became even more strange. Upon seeing this, he also felt something wrong in his heart. These two people. Did you misunderstand something? The expression was a little confused, and Nangong Shuo was not too entangled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. The next second, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Get rewards, live on the map. Okay. What map does it live? Nangong Shuo's expression instantly cracked. The last 1,000 throw was outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, the system can make new tricks. If you remember correctly, isn't this stuff from the Harry Potter series? This is no longer a string, it's even the world. For a while, Nangong Shuo felt a little weak in his heart to complain. Without reading the instructions of the system, he wiped it casually and took out the live point map. Looking at a blank piece of parchment, Nangong Shuo spoke directly without hesitation. I solemnly swear that I have no good intentions. With the fall of this classic line, the parchment in front of me changed instantly. The map of Juwangtown slowly surfaced on the paper. Ink dots marking important roles also appeared. Even with their actions, these ink dots are constantly moving, clearly showing everyone's dynamics. It's exactly the same as the GPS map in the game. Chapter 43, Live Point Map. No, it's the Sky Eye system. Seeing the scene before him, Nangong Shuo suddenly had a wonderful idea in his heart. According to this trend, will the spells that appeared in the Harry Potter series also appear as rewards? Think about it carefully, everyone uses magic. The existence of spells is similar to magic. Imagine using a spell with his bare hands to attack the lost demon. That picture. It's really an unspeakable violation. Without too much entanglement, Nangong Shuo refocused his attention on the live spot map. Suddenly, his gaze paused. Okay. I saw on this live spot map, except for the name of the event and the map of Juwangtown. There are also a few small red dots. It's like a red named monster in the game, very conspicuous. What is this? Without hesitation, Nangong Shuo walked directly towards the red dot closest to him. After just a few minutes, he came to the vicinity of the red dot. Is this the breath of a fallen angel? Putting away the map, Nangong Shuo's heart suddenly understood. Could it be that those red dots are people who violated morals one by one? Damn, this is a live point map. This is really the Sky Eye system. However, with the existence of this live point map, it did save a lot of effort. There is no need to look for people who violate the morals in the future. Open the live spot map directly and click the map to find out. Thinking of this, Nangong Shuo put away the live spot map directly. Afterwards, he walked towards the marked place. Within a short while, he immediately found the existence of this fallen angel. Use the lock of the sky to quickly obliterate, Minjian Daya solves the remaining traces. In an instant, another system prompt fell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. Rewarded, someone who transcends boundaries. Later, the instructions about the rewards were also transmitted to his mind. A person who transcends boundaries, beautiful journey, grade B. The holder can multiply on the shadow border, no matter where the target is, it can be reached instantly through the sea of imaginary numbers. It is to cross the wall separating people and countries, civilization and history, world and space. Further contact with Xintiandi, a means of moving knowledge that has never been understood. Seeing this reward, Nangong Shuo was taken aback. This is not the heroic spirit cast by Leonardo in Kuoh. Is Da Vinci the girl, the treasure of Gran Cavallo? But this effect is that the live spot map in his hand matches very well. As long as the target is specified, it can be reached in an instant. It is completely possible to strike with 100% precision. It's really the Sky Eye system. With a sigh of emotion, Nangong Shuo immediately invoked the magic power. Another red point target is designated on the live point map. In the next second, he used the treasure those beyond boundaries. The animation using the treasure in the original work shows an off-road vehicle out of thin air. Hit the enemy fiercely. But in the world of high school, this effect is obviously a bit contradictory. The system naturally corrected this point. I saw the moment when Nangong Shuo activated the treasure. A white light that seemed to swallow everything flashed out of him. Everything around him disappeared. In less than a blink of an eye, Nangong Shuo suddenly appeared in the air. In front of him, a fallen angel was flying with wings spread out. Seeing a person out of thin air in front of him, he was taken aback. FK. Teleportation magic. Unable to curse, the black wings behind him fluttered, and he immediately planned to launch an attack. But at this moment, Nangong Shuo's figure flickered, but it fell straight toward the ground. Seeing this scene, the lower-level fallen angel was stunned. His eyes became extremely confused. What's the situation? Didn't the other party come to catch him? Why did you run away suddenly? The wings were frozen in the air, this fallen angel. Suddenly he didn't know whether he should chase after him or observe it. Nangong Shuo, who fell all the way, felt a little helpless. The live point map does not display altitude. Who knew that the other party was flying in mid-air? Chapter 44. I am afraid that one flash will be big. The air whizzed past him. Nangong Shuo felt the feeling of falling from his body, feeling a little helpless. It seems that this person who transcends boundaries is best not to use it frequently when the terrain is not clear. In case the other party is playing a big move that destroys the world, he flashes the big one. That would be a shame. Thinking in mind, Nangong Shuo didn't panic too much. The palm of his hand was wiped in the air, and in an instant, a golden magic circle suddenly lit up in the air. Clang! With a deep tremor, the lock of the sky jumped out flexibly. In the next second, the golden spear tip shook like a lightning, and it galloped towards Nangong Shuo like a flying snake. In just a few seconds, he caught him perfectly. Afterwards, the pitch-black chains shimmered and started to overlap in the air, forming a small foothold. As long as it is driven by magic, it is true that this usage is also possible. With emotion, Nangong Shuo held the lock of the sky beside him and stood on the chain with great ease. Although a little troublesome, this is the most convenient way for him who is temporarily unable to fly. Okay. Suddenly, Nangong Shuo looked up and looked up. Clang! The bright golden magic circle lights up again. The other part of the sky lock suddenly rushed out and stood in front of him. With a stab sound, the spear of light that was thrown torn apart suddenly, turning into a little golden light and spreading out. The response is good. Seeing this scene, the fallen angel in the sky once again condensed the spear of light. His eyes couldn't stop looking at Nangong Shuo. Isn't the other party a magic weapon? A trace of doubt passed through his eyes. How could there not even be any fluctuations in magic power? Is it an artifact with extremely low mana consumption? Thinking in his heart, the fallen angel's sight couldn't help but look towards the lock of the sky. Although there was no head-on fight, he looked at the dark chains and sharp golden spear tips. It was as if he had been caught stealing something on the spot. A sense of guilty conscience arose in my heart inexplicably. The palms of my hands are slightly sweaty. Forget it, make a quick decision. The fluctuation of magic power is so small, it shouldn't be a terrible thing. After comforting himself, the fallen angel quickly threw out the spear of light in his hand. To be safe, he also condensed several spears of light one after another and threw them out one after another. But at this moment, the fallen angel was taken aback again. Where is the person in front of me? With a blank field of vision, Nangong Shuo was long gone. In the air, not even a trace of magical power was left behind. Even if he wants to track, he can only rely on his own eyes. What happened? Perceiving something wrong, the fallen angel's mood immediately became tense. Even if you use teleportation magic, there will be a magic circle. No matter how bad it is, there will still be magical fluctuations. Then why can't he feel a trace of magic? As a lower-level fallen angel, he is still very keen on danger. When he found that the enemy was not right, he gave up the fight without hesitation. The dark wings shook behind him, and the fallen angel stared in one direction and flew forward without hesitation. The magic power surged in his body, his speed was not slow, and he flashed more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. But suddenly, a chill flashed in his heart. Clang! In the next second, the sound of the chain ringing exploded in his ears. A breath that was so shallow that it could hardly be noticed, approached his back without any warning. Before the fallen angel turned his head, the golden spear suddenly pierced his chest. The crimson liquid splashed and flew out, instantly dyeing his clothes red. The wings behind him were shaking like a fish lacking water. How could it happen? With infinite shock in his eyes, the fallen angel coughed up a mouthful of blood. The whole body became a little cold. Obviously they have been attacked. But why he still can't feel the obvious fluctuation of magic power? What the hell is this person? One doubt after another came out of my heart. But it's a pity that he hasn't waited for him to ask. The lock of the sky had already made a clanging sound and pulled away from his body. Without a trace of suspense, the lower-level fallen angel fell straight toward the ground. The wings behind him seemed to be dead, motionless, only feathers fluttered in the wind. Seeing the scene before him, Nangong Shuo's heart did not fluctuate in the slightest. Afterwards, he directly picked up Huang Hualin, and a Minjian Dai galloped away immediately. After a few seconds, the white light diffused lightly, completely erasing the fallen angel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining discipline. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded in Nangong Shuo's ear. Get rewards, make a demon contract. Seeing this reward, Nangong Shuo stood on the lock of heaven, his expression suddenly taken aback. Familiar contract? Is it the kind of contract in Zero's Demon? Does that mean that he can have his own dependents? Chapter 45. Nangong Shuo was thinking about it. In the next second, the system's instructions on the rewards were all transferred to Nangong Shuo's mind. Magic contract. The holder can make a magic contract with others indefinitely. The contractee will become the envoy of the contractor. The contract is established and cannot be destroyed. Very simple description, but the meaning behind it is very unusual. In high school, many superior demons can use chess pieces to regenerate others into their own relatives. Of course, this dependent is just a nicer statement. In essence, it is not much different from the servant. And after having this demon contract, Nangong Shuo can also contract others to become his own demon. It is an eternal, indestructible contract. The contracted person cannot betray or hurt him. When he saw this, Nangong Shuo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. You know, the dependents can still betray the master. Otherwise, where are so many lost demons? From the perspective of this effect, this demon contract rewarded by the system is already practical enough. However, there is currently no object to contract. With a word in his mouth, Nangong Shuo opened the map of the spot. I saw the signs of Lias and others, and they were still staying where they were just now. Moreover, it is still flashing constantly. Nangong Shuo frowned slightly when he noticed a few red spots not far from them. When did these red dots appear? Lias and the others, are they fighting these people? This thought flashed in his mind, and then Nangong Shuo focused on Himes Himajuna, who was the farthest from the battlefield. Those who transcend boundaries. Without hesitation, he invoked the magic power, and he immediately activated the treasure. In the next second, a touch of darkness eroded Nangongshuo's vision. Without a blink of an eye, the darkness receded like a tide. And his figure also appeared in the air. But after raising his head, his expression showed a touch of helplessness. In front of him, Juno Heimshima held up her small white hand and pointed it at the front. In the palm of his hand, there was still a blazing thunder light. Teleportation magic? I saw a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. Shana Heimshima suddenly shook her small hand, and subconsciously wanted to throw the attack out. But there was no magic wave in the air. She moved in her heart and stopped abruptly. Lord Nangong. Seeing the visitor clearly, Junao Heimjima had forgotten even her mouth addiction, with a look of doubt on her face. Why are you here? It's a long story. After taking a word, Nangongshuo stood on the lock of heaven. He glanced briefly at the ground, and he couldn't help being taken aback. I saw a very familiar figure standing on the ground. Brilliant blonde hair, conspicuous red suit. A female family member who was still standing beside her. Resell Phoenix. Nangongshuo's tone was a little surprised. How could this product appear here? The plotline has changed. When he was thinking about it, Heimjima Juno on the side also spoke. Ah, Lord Nangong knows him. His family is very famous in the demon realm, so I still know it. After a casual explanation, Nangongshuo looked at Lias and others. The red-haired girl stood aside, staring at the battle intently. Doesn't seem to notice anything in the sky. In front of her, the Tachin kitten was wearing a cat's claw glove, fighting with Rissel's family members. Noticing that the silver-haired girl's face has not been fluctuating, there seems to be a layer of anger. Nangongshuo was suddenly even more surprised. Worthy of being a firebird, the level of such a cheap mouth actually angered the three Wu girls. Looking at it this way, Nangongshuo also had a guess about the general process of the matter. So now, it was Phoenix who said something about Lias that made the kitten angry, right? After a moment of excitement, it becomes a separate duel for the dependents. That's right. Nodded, Juno Heimshima looked anxiously at Tachin kitten. There is still some strength gap between her and Rissel's family members. The battle has been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the petite and slender figure, the movements were agile. I'm afraid I was hit hard by the opponent long ago, and I withdrew from the duel. This point, Rissel apparently also noticed. Lias, don't you plan to raise the white flag for your dependents? With a sneer, he said in a provocative tone. It doesn't make sense to consume it like this, right? Folding her eyebrows, Ria's expression rarely showed a trace of entanglement. Before she could answer, the cold voice of Tachin Kitty suddenly came over. Do not want. She said heavily. I can still hold on. Minister, I will win. Don't surrender for me, trust me. Chapter 46 The Wonderful Use of the Skylock. Lias couldn't help clenching her fists when she heard the words of the Tachin kitten. The dependents can be angry about her, and even start a fight. She still felt warm and happy in her heart. But the battle in front of him was really unfavorable for Tachin kittens. Should we surrender? Rias's heart was constantly entangled. At this moment, Rissel spoke suddenly. Are you still going to insist? It's a stupid choice. I looked at the delicate and cute face of the Tachin kitten. He spread out his hands with some regret. This look and character fits the image of Gao Len Loli perfectly. Originally, there are only a few types in my dependents. It looks like it has to be destroyed. After the words fell, Rissel looked at his family members. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and ordered. Stop playing, solve her. As Rissel spoke, her family members suddenly laughed. Clear. She happily responded, and the glove in her hand suddenly shook. In the next second, a few sharp blades bounced out instantly. There was also a frightening silver gleam on the sharp blade. Seeing this scene, a bad premonition flashed across Rias's heart. "Kitten, run away." She raised her tone suddenly, and said anxiously at once. "Riesel, I will admit defeat for her. The duel is over." Hearing what Rias said, Riesel didn't immediately order the dependents to stop. On the contrary, as if he hadn't heard it, he saw his relatives attack the pest. Huh! A silver light flashed quickly in the air. Seeing the sharp blade, he was about to scratch his face. The Tachin kitten raised his glove subconsciously and stood in front of him. But her movements were too slow, and she hadn't completely covered her face. Silver light had already flashed in front of her. Oops! She frowned, and she held her breath, ready for the pain. Clang! In the next second, a crisp sound fell in her ears. The beautiful and bright golden magic circle opened in mid-air. The pitch-black chain was like a barrier, strictly blocking the Tachin kitten. The golden spearhead drew the chain behind him, binding the blade of the fist for an explanation. Artifact. Seeing this scene, Riesel's family members were suddenly a little confused. She subconsciously wanted to pull out her arms, but her hands seemed to be stuck, unable to move. A feeling of being deeply bound also rose from his heart. Even breathing has become a little harder. What happened? Realizing this, her expression suddenly became a little flustered. Both hands also used the greatest strength, trying to forcibly break free of the chains. Clang! Suddenly, the chain shook and flew up with her hands. Feeling the body gradually separated from the ground, Riesel's family members suddenly became even more panicked. "Wait, what are you doing? Wait." Both feet kept kicking. She desperately wanted to keep herself on the ground. But the chain was motionless, and before everyone could react, it had already hung her in the air. Even the whole body is tightly tied up. No chance of struggling will be given. Noting this familiar fighting method, the Tachin kitten was taken aback. Inexplicably relieved, she put down her hands. The amber eyes also looked towards the sky. "Senior Nangong." "Okay." With a simple response, Nangong Shuo stepped on the chain and landed on the ground. Behind him is the worried Himes Himajuno. "Kitten, are you okay?" Senior Nangong's shot was timely, and I was not injured. Shaking his head, Tachin kitten seemed to be without any mood swings. But those eyes were a bit brighter than before. The feeling of tension in the body also disappeared. Like a stray cat finally returning home, he suddenly felt relieved. Lias on the side also came over for the first time. After confirming that the Tachin kitten was not injured, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Nangong, thank you for your action." As for why Nangong Shuo appeared here, she did not intend to ask. Does the hero save the beauty? It's really a cliché development. At this moment, Riesel came over again with an angry voice. Looking at his family members, they were very indecently hung in the air. The fair skin was strangled into bruises. His eyes were a bit ferocious, and the magic in his body was a little bit ready to move. "Lias, you have given up. The duel is over, don't hesitate to put down my family members." Chapter 47 Riesel, don't disturb during provocation. Seeing Nangong Shuo suddenly appeared in front of him, Riesel also inevitably showed a surprised expression. Teleportation magic is not common though. But his pure-blooded superior demon family, the son of the Phoenix family. Naturally, it will not feel so strange. What he was surprised was that there was no magic wave in the air. Even, there is not much breath. If it weren't for seeing Nangong Shuo standing there alone. The sense of presence there is almost like air. Not a messy roll. After reaching this conclusion, Riesel didn't care. He has the blood of Phoenix flowing in him, possesses all the characteristics of a phoenix, and is even immortal. No matter what kind of attack it receives, it will regenerate immediately. The blood on the body can also make a person immortal and immortal. After a moment of vigilance, he also relaxed. Nangong Shuo didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps one of the effects of the opponent's artifact is to mask the breath. Haha, this kind of cautious effect will not be too powerful to attack. Thinking in his heart, then, Rissel spoke without hesitation. Lias, the duel is over. Let go of my dependence. Or. The magic power surged all over, and he lowered his voice threateningly. Do you want to bet everything and have a private duel with me? Hearing what Rissel said, Rias's gaze slowly looked over. All the closeness when I was watching Nangong Shuo just now disappeared. There was only a deep chill in her emerald eyes. Sorry, Lord Nangong is not my dependent. I am not qualified to order him. Lias replied with a grim voice. If you want to return to your dependence, how about you pleading yourself? Not your dependence. Both eyebrows frowned suddenly, and the last trace of scruples in Rissel's heart disappeared. The sharp gaze turned to Nangong Shuo for an instant, and he took a few steps forward. The magic power all over his body suddenly burst out. A fiery flame also rose from his palms, pulsing continuously in the air. The surrounding air seemed to be heated a bit and became a bit hot. Human, I'll say it one last time. Rissel's eyes were gloomy, and the flame in his hand was also aimed at Nangong Shuo's direction. Let go of my dependence. Seeing the scene in front of her, Lias did not hesitate at all. With a slight movement of his slender body, he silently blocked Nangong Shuo and declared his position. Shunai of Heim Jima and Tachin Kitty on the side naturally will not lag behind. One left and one right, guarding both sides of Nangong Shuo. At first glance, the two did not seem to be Lias's dependents. More like Nangong Shuo's dependents. Rissel, are you planning to do it again? Her eyes became cold a bit, and Lias warned displeasedly. Step aside. The flame in his hand was a bit exuberant, and Rissel said angrily. Lias, don't force me to do something with you. Seeing the atmosphere getting more and more tense, Nangong Shuo suddenly smiled. The clear and pleasant voice fell in his ears, which immediately made Rissel a little bewildered. What is this kid laughing at? Are you planning to provoke in this situation? He is a superior demon with an immortal body. It's an invincible existence. Isn't it terrified? Can't my mind turn around? Just when Rui Sire was stunned, Nangong Shuo also spoke slowly. Picking troubles and threatening women. This kind of behavior is a serious violation of morals. Hearing Nangong Shuo's words, Rissel became even more confused. Violating morals? This human being in front of him is berating him for violating morals? He is a devil. Is this kind of thing that can be restrained? This human being in front of him is simply insulting him. The anger in his heart was a little bit exuberant, and Rissel's figure flashed. As a superior demon, his speed is still very fast. In the blink of an eye, a touch of Phoenix's breath appeared behind Nangong Shuo. Go to hell! With a cathartic cry, Rissel raised his hands. The flame condensed by magic in his palm also burned towards Nangong Shuo. In an instant, the air became hot. But at this moment, Rissel's angry expression suddenly stagnated. The whole person also stood there stupidly as if being pressed a switch. Only a pair of eyes, staring at his hands firmly. In his eyes, there seemed to be infinite bewilderment. What's the situation? His hands. Is there any magic to release? Why, how could it disappear? Chapter 48. Where's my head? Why is my head missing? In Rissel's eyes, his hands just stretched out. Intent to release the flame bomb instantly. His hands seemed to disappear out of thin air. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The magic power on his body also tended to stagnate. No matter how you call it, it's like stagnant water and can't make any waves. Only the crazily spring-like blood gushed out of the wrist. The ground under his feet was quickly dyed red. This unexpected situation caused Rissel to be sluggish for several seconds before slowly reacting. He lowered his head and saw a beautiful and delicate golden spear tip that had penetrated his chest. The pitch-black chain lay in the wound, like a bolt, blocking the flow of magic. How could? Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Reselton gave a shocked look. He is a superior demon. Even if he was attacked, he should have noticed something. But until the moment when I was penetrated by the chain and felt the pain, he actually reacted. What kind of speed can we achieve this effect? The more I thought about it, the more shocked Rissel's mood became. The look in Nangongshuo's eyes changed completely. He didn't know that he might have made a fatal mistake. The artifact in front of me, perhaps not because of its characteristics, passively hides its breath, but because the owner of the artifact is too powerful. That's why it can completely cover up the breath of the artifact. Realizing this, Rissel's eyes became frightened. Wait a moment. Subconsciously shouted, he immediately wanted to justify his behavior. I shouldn't have come to Lias without authorization. I did the wrong thing about the duel just now. Before he finished speaking, Nangongshuo in front of him turned around. There was no accident in the boy's eyes, and he seemed very calm. The knuckles are distinct and beautiful, with a light stroke of the finger in the air. Clang! The lock of the sky trembled like lightning, and the tip of the spear shrank, piercing Rissel's body again. Afterwards, the double-sided arc-shaped blunt knife at the end suddenly penetrated his body. The dark chains flickered quickly, and the chilling shimmering sounds continued to sound. Severe pain continued to come from Rissel's nerves. Stop it, stop it! His eyes were a little red, and he screamed subconsciously. Like a trapped beast, there is infinite fear and pain in his voice. The face that had been pretty good at first was also distorted. In the next second, a bright red crack instantly appeared on Rissel's neck. Ho! He opened his eyes wide and wanted to say something. But what can be said is only a little faint voice. Seeing this scene, Rui Sire's family members who were not far away finally came back to their senses. Their eyes widened in horror, they took up their weapons and hurried over here. Master Phoenix! Lias Gremory, let him stop. Where are your tears? Get them out. Among them, the family members of the Queen of Rissel have also rushed to Nangongshuo's side in a windy manner. But before she could use her best explosive magic, Nangongshuo's fingertips swiped again. Stabbed. There was a heavy tearing sound. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp sound of broken bones. Before everyone could react, the dazzling red thread penetrated Rissel's neck completely. Clang! As soon as the sound of the lock of the sky stopped, the golden spear tip flicked with its spare power. Click! The sound of the item falling on the ground sounded. Looking at the still sloppy blonde hair on the ground, the people present are not just Rissel's family members. Even Rias and the others were all stunned. Rissel Phoenix! Is this beheaded? Realizing this fact, Rias opened her eyes instantly. The shock in my heart is too heavy and intense. For a while, she didn't know how to react better. Haim Jimajuno also opened her lips slightly, completely stunned. Even the Tachan kitten, who has the smallest facial expression, couldn't help but stretch out his hands and rubbed his own eyes. Isn't she wrong? Minister Lias is a little afraid of the superior demon, Rachel Phoenix. Just beheaded like this? Or is it chained? It's a bit too exaggerated. Chapter 49 You're going to be beaten if you don't obey, understand? It's not that Lias and others have too little knowledge. It was the scene in front of them, which was really beyond their expectations. What about the superior demon? What about the legendary immortal body? Why was he suddenly beheaded before he recovered? Is the rhythm a bit too fast? They can't adapt to it a little bit. What are you doing in a daze? Tears, hurry up. Just when Lias and others were stunned, the head of Rissel, who fell to the ground, suddenly made a sound. A pair of eyes, and some fiercely staring at his family members. But that appearance is terrifying and ridiculous no matter how you look at it. Lias and the others were taken aback, and they didn't know what expression to make. As for the tears in his mouth, it is one of the precious commodities produced by the Phoenix family, the tears of Phoenix. All injuries can be recovered instantly. If it is used on a demon like Rissel, it has an immortal body. The effect is even more powerful. Even if there is only one head left, it can be saved for you. It is a real living dead, flesh and bones, a very powerful restoration tool. There is no hesitation, Eubeluna, Rissel's queen's servant. Immediately he took out the phoenix tears and used the entire bottle on Rissel's body. In an instant, Rissel felt a warm feeling, surging in the wound on his neck. The huge scars that had bleeds were also quickly healed. Seeing this scene, Nangongshuo did not panic at all. In the next second, his fingers bent slightly and snapped his fingers. Wailing. The golden magic circle lit up again, and the lock of heaven sprang out. Before Eubeluna and others could react, the dark chains looked like fishing rods. Raised Rissel's head, hung in the air lightly, and sent it to Nangongshuo. What are you going to do? With a stunned expression, Eubeluna stood up angrily, her magical power fluctuating. If you treat Master Rissel like this, I really want to attack. Ah, really? With her little white hand holding her cheek, Shunai Heimshima said with a smile. If you remember correctly, Eubeluna, you used explosive magic. Now, do you plan to blow up Master Phoenix completely? I'm really looking forward to that scene. Eubeluna and others obviously understood everything she said. Although the magic power of the whole body has been mobilized, they still dare not take it easily. He could only stare at Nangongshuo angrily, and kept threatening. What the hell are you going to do? Knowing that his dependents could not save him, Rissel spoke immediately. If it's a dual thing, I admit that I did it wrong. Now, can you put me down? His tone was justified. But there was only one head left in the whole person, still hanging on a chain. It's really scary and funny. It makes people unable to treat it decently. Even the Tachan kitten on the side couldn't help but avert his sight and gave a soft smile. Juno Heimjima and Rias look at the sky and the ground one at a time. He didn't intend to intervene at all. Ruiwo smiles on the delicate little faces. Then, Nangongshuo's voice rang. Let you down. It's not impossible. It's just that your decent punishment is not over yet, right? Decent punishment. Repeated it with an incredible face, and Rissel was stunned. Did he hear me right? I'm all like this, the person in front of me still needs to be disciplined. Are there any mistakes? Can't help but yell, Rissel is depressed. I only have one head left, can't you see it? It's all like this, do you still have to punish? If you want to kill me, just say it. Nangongshuo smiled slightly when he heard what Rissel said. Provoking troubles and threats of force against innocent women. Indulge the family members to take action after the duel stops. He even tried to shoot at me and escape the discipline and punishment. Rissel, you haven't received the punishment you deserve. It's so cheap to let you hang up like this. A word fell in Rissel's ear, and he became even more bewildered. How can he punish him if he is like this? Forget it, anyway, Phoenix Tears has worked. After a while, he will be able to recover. This time I didn't bring all the dependents. Let's talk to Levi in a while and let her lead someone. When the time comes, everyone will be there, and this kid will not be beaten and cry. Secretly thinking, Rissel's mood has improved a lot. But at this moment, Nangongshuo's voice suddenly came over. In short, as punishment. Phoenix's self-healing ability, I will temporarily block it. In terms of time, it is tentatively set as a week. Come on and stay alive, resell Phoenix. Chapter 50 Woman, what a scary creature. Listen to Nangang Shuo's ethical punishment. There was not a trace of turbulence in Rissel's heart. There is even an urge to sneer. Just kidding, don't you let me use my abilities. I don't need it. Not a fool. I was thinking, the next second, Rissel's face changed slightly. It seems something is wrong. A whole bottle of Phoenix's tears was used up. Why hasn't his body recovered yet? And the warm feeling of being healed gradually disappeared. Is his self-healing ability really blocked? There was a flash of panic in my heart. Rissel feels that he is not good at all. There are many people he has fought. What kind of horrible artifact is it that can have this exaggerated silence effect? Before he finished thinking, the lock of sky shook again. With a beautiful arc, Rissel threw into Yabaluna's arms with a plop. Master Rissel. Several family members gathered around immediately, their faces full of fear. Are you all right? Do I look okay? Rissel's face went dark. Where are your tears? Take out a few more bottles, hurry up. Hearing his instructions, several dependents immediately moved. Only Yabaluna, as the queen, subconsciously looked at Nangang Shuo and others. How dare you treat us like this? Looking fierce, she said coldly. Master Rissel, let me clean them up. Clean up. Hearing this, Rissel was speechless. It's all like this for me, do you still want to fight? Retreat, go back quickly. This bottle of tears too, why didn't it work at all? How can that be possible? The expression was stunned, Yabaluna's tone was unbelievable. Phoenix's tears are actually of no use to Rissel? Could it be that the discipline punishment just now really worked? Before she could think about it, Rissel's hasty voice fell to her ears again. No, it's wrong. It's still useful. My life now can only be sustained by tears. Hurry up and start the magic circle and go back. Seeing the scene in front of her, Rhea suddenly understood. As a person from Phoenix's home, Rissel's self-healing ability is extremely powerful. There are only two ways to defeat him. One is to continuously destroy the body, and the other is to completely destroy the spirit. And now, under the effect of decent punishment, the opponent's body can't heal itself at all, it can only maintain the ridiculous state of a head. Even the secret treasure, Phoenix's tears, could not restore his body. Ken only barely hung a sigh of relief to maintain life. Realizing this, Lias looked at Nangang Shuo's eyes and suddenly changed a little. It is possible to seal the bloodline ability of the superior demon at will. This ability is really too scary. Sure enough, she chose not to provoke Lord Nangang, which was a very correct decision. But if you have this kind of power, why are you just beginning to show it now? Could it be that something is binding Lord Nangang? Just when Rias was thinking about it, Shunai Himes him on the side suddenly smiled and said, Ah, Master Phoenix, are you going to leave now? But your dependents are still in the hands of Lord Nangang. In an instant, a few eyes condensed on Nangang Shuo's body. Rissel's expression also became complicated. Although he was reluctant, he still had to speak in a low voice and politely. Excuse me, can my dependents be returned to me? Hearing this, Nangang Shuo was taken aback for a moment, and silently looked up. The lock of his sky really tied one of Rissel's family members. Because of the tightness, this guy couldn't even speak. A small face was pale. He had been patronizing the discipline and punishment before, and he had forgotten the existence of this product. Without thinking too much, Nangang Shuo thought about it and immediately planned to throw this guy out. But at this moment, Juno Himes Hima spoke again. Ah, this lady of the family, seems to be trying to shoot after Minister Lia said that the duel is over, right? This seems to be a violation of morals, right? Does it need to be punished? Although Himes Himajuno's voice is very soft. Can't hear the slightest feeling of anger. But there was a small smile on that delicate little face. But it makes people a little bit daunted. Seeing this scene, the tied-up L family members couldn't help shaking. Obviously she almost escaped punishment. The woman in front of her knew this, so she deliberately reminded her. Especially when seeing that smile on Himes Himajuno. She was even more certain in her heart. This is clearly revenge for the Tachan kitten that almost hurt me just now. Asterisk.